I'm gonna go get a drink real quick and we'll start. There's no treats. Come on. Lay down. Do, 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 do. Just Mike. Yeah. No treats for you, buddy. You're a bad dog. Just Mike. All right. Let's see. New comment. Three, two, one. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Late Night Comics, where we sit around and chat comics and other stuff late at night. Joining me is my partner in crime. You know him as RDV. How you doing tonight, RDV?
I'm still awake. Haven't passed out yet. These late nights, bro. Late nights. It's like after dark. Ash after dark with RDV. It's just chaos. Good thing we're talking about the boys though. It actually fits. I don't know. I'm doing good.
Good. Oh, good,
Some
good.
food with me, so I got some nourishment. So in case we're here for like, it's like going on a camping trip with you on these late night streams. Like I make sure I
Oh
have
yeah,
all my essentials before we go live because I
you
can't
got.
leave.
Well, at least you're not tied in here as long as you would be like in an auction.
Actually, auction is different because if there's another person on the panel, I can like mute and quickly go use the bathroom, come right back, and no one even knows because I'm not on screen. All you see is looks.
That is true. Although if you need to step out for a moment, I can cover
"Hmm,
things.
He's been gone for an hour.
See the first people in the chats. We got Tehillim here first tonight. Good to see you. HR goes vocal. Got some Muppet Frog in the audience, and Skipintosh is here. He's eating Cheerios, maybe.
Honey nut or plain Cheerios or frosted Cheerios or whole grain.
Dude, there are a lot of
I know.
flavors of Cheerios these days. In fact, I was at the dollar store because I like to
Oreo Cheerios.
frequent the,
Yeah.
and I bought a box of chocolate strawberry Cheerios
Wow.
because cereal's not, it's not expensive, but it's not cheap, especially Cheerios. For whatever reason, Cheerios is expensive. Um, so I was like, yeah, a buck for a box of Cheerios. I'll try that. I'll try it. I'm sure it's got to be somewhat tasty. Actually, it's pretty good. I've had a bowl. I don't think I'd pay full price for it, but
See, if it came like if they want to try those sample stuff, like like that flavor, put it in the bowl. The little bowls, I usually just add milk to it. You know
yeah,
what I'm
those
talking
are
about?
good for kids. But I those are too small for me.
But no, for me though, if I'm gonna try it for a sample though, like if I want to try a new flavor. Problem is, they got all these new boxes stuff. It's like you're spending up buying the whole box, and I feel like, well, I don't like it, and then like no one, I hate throwing away stuff. It's like,
Yeah.
here, do you want to try this? Nope, no one else wants it.
Yeah, I can totally say where you're coming from. I have it's kind of funny when it comes to like comics and movies and things like that. I'm a super snob, but when it comes to food, I guess I'm a snob with food too. But I don't hate anything. I can even eat. I'm like if they make it and it makes if it goes through taste testers through some corporate testing program or whatever, and it makes it to the store shelves. For me, I'm sure it tastes edible. Um, so I'm usually it's very rare that I come across something where I'm just like, "Ugh, it's gross." It may not be something I want to buy again, but I can at least eat it. And I'm like, I've never had a Cheerios that was gross. There's some that I can't see ever getting again, but yeah, chocolate strawberry was fine. It was there.
It just sounds bad to me.
What's weird is it's got strawberry Cheerios and it's got chocolate Cheerios, and they're just mixed. It's not like each
Yeah,
one is chocolate strawberry.
The-
But
it's
so I
like
kind of wish there were just chocolate ones or just strawberry ones because you can never when you get a bite of them like you get a mix. So
you
it's a thing.
you eat like because they're mixed together. The scents are mixed together. So when you go to eat, like say if you just picked out the chocolate ones, it still smells like the strawberry. Like you can't escape it. Like they're all just one now. Yeah. So
Yeah, but chocolate strawberry I guess is a thing that goes good together. I mean, I like
I don't
chocolate
know.
covered strawberries.
I'm picky on that. Like when I went to like go trick or treating, I hated having candy in the same like bag or something like that, or together. Which is so like at the end of the day, you put your candy, you in a Ziploc bag, individual pieces. You know, after a while, everything just smells like mint. Hated it, but I don't know. That's off. That's off here nor there. It's nowhere we're talking about, but I don't know. I guess you got what your money's worth. So
Yeah, especially when it's trick or treating, right? It's all free.
yeah, true.
Yeah, but
Well,
dollar for a box of cereal. That's like my thing that
now,
I go
what
to
size
now.
box though?
Oh, it's
Normal
just the
size box?
normal size. Yeah, it's not like a
Okay.
family size box.
Isn't there like a super size now? I know there's like a normal, and then there's a family. I always thought there was like one bigger size than that.
Yeah,
I guess
sometimes
so.
there are for certain cereals. Yeah, they make like a giant for like Honey Nut Cheerios. You can get them in like this king size box.
It's like,
Um, for some of the most popular cereals, you can do that.
can I get
But
them in a tote?
what they need to do is Cheerios needs to make a flavor that's like all the Cheerios, just a mix. The chocolate,
Oh,
strawberry, honey nut, regular. the frosted, the apple. They have the apple cinnamon Cheerios.
and
There's the
then sell,
banana nut Cheerios.
and then when they do that, you get like $1 off Charmin.
Uh, yeah, but that's my thing nowadays with the dollar stores. I always check the cereal section because every once in a while they have something good in there.
I'm
Usually it's
always
like the off-brand stuff. Yeah, that's like the
now see,
fake.
I'm leery when I go to like dollar store. It's like, oh, do you want to buy this? Like, how long has it been sitting there? Because you guys, it's like a thrift store. Do you guys, this is like a clearance outlet. What's the expiration date on this?
Hold up, they do print every food item has the expiration printed on it, so you don't
I
have to
know,
worry.
but I always wonder like when it leaves the big box stores and goes to like the dollar store. I wonder like, is this the last chance buy before they get rid of it?
Probably.
Yeah,
Yeah. Probably. Um, Generally though, it's often just stuff that they don't want to keep on the shelves anymore because it's not
yeah,
moving and they want to put different
yeah.
products on, and so they just sell it to these outlets. Um, but yeah, I picked up some cinnamon toast crunch, but it wasn't the normal. That's the thing too, is I always find when I go to the dollar store is it's like these experimental flavors um, that I guess that I've never even actually seen in the store, which is funny because they had it was a cinnamon toast crunch, but it was dulce de leche cinnamon toast crunch. And I don't know if you've ever had dulce de leche, but it's pretty good. So I was like, I'll try this cereal for a buck.
True.
Yeah.
Now imagine
Although,
paying for cereal and then you don't know what it tastes like. It's like
yeah,
current comics. You can't
imagine paying $4 for cereal. That's
$7 for cereal with gas prices going up. This box is out. It's not in the family size. Family size is $19.
this is 19. Ah, my goodness.
I guess I'll starve. Thank you very much.
So besides turning this into late night serial stream, what's going on in the world of RDV?
Not much. I just been cruising through, just watching more anime.
Yeah,
Uh, just trying to
you discovered any new good ones?
new ones. I'm just watching older one. I'm going back to like the well, I don't think you can relate to this, but when Toonami started on a Cartoon Network in the early 2000s, they brought in to introduce like there's a Gundam Wing, Inuyasha, and I think Bleach was the next one. I think, and then also I think Samurai Jack was on Adult Swim. I'm not sure, but I started yeah. So I started basically I went back and I started watching Inuyasha again. It's an old comedy or a rom comedy action kind of thing.
Yep.
Basically, an anime boys and girls. So
Yep.
and there's like 196 episodes, and then after that there's a movie, and then they just started a new series, a spinoff with the same characters but like with their kids too. I was just like, and when I heard that I was like, oh no, Macross, no, no,
Hey,
Macross,
don't be dissing on Macross.
Macross with original cast, great.
That's what I
When
grew
they
up
got
on.
rid of the original, like when they brought in Generations, I think is what it was called, the next generation was, there was nobody from the original cast characters. They're all gone. It was just like the children of like the people, and that was it. I was
Yeah.
not
Yeah,
only that.
that was
Oh,
because the show wasn't actually it was like a
yeah,
completely different anime that I
yep,
think it was Saban, the productions or whatever that imported
Saban, yeah,
Saban, and whoever it was that imported uh Robotech. Well, it wasn't Robotech. Whoever imported Macross, the Robotech moniker was like plastered over it, kind of like Power Rangers.
yeah,
And so the next generation stuff was a totally different anime that the
yeah,
translators were just like, yes, write it in there the script that these characters are the descendants of the other ones. And you were like, and as a kid, like I didn't know that until like years later, but it totally was like, oh, that makes so much sense why this show didn't was nonsense. Like it just didn't make any
yeah.
sense.
Because I remember I watched the Macross movies. Then I watched the Robotech, and you can see the difference a little bit in there. But when they like got rid of the main characters and like and then they like all of a sudden they not only that they changed the robots or the ships that they're piloting was gone. They're totally different now. It just lost the feeling of the original stuff. It's like this, yeah. It's like this was this basically if I took over your show and the people who love the when you were hosting it, you know, are pissed because I changed the whole entire format and I just called it Action Comics, but it's RDV hosting it. I see what I mean? It's just like
Yep.
it just felt so cheap. I was like, really? And that's kind of why reason I didn't care for Power Rangers, even though I was in the age group when it came. I was like 94. I was like 9 years old. 95. I was 10. So I watched the first 2 seasons, and then I noticed that I'm like, wait, why does the cast keep changing? I was like, they keep changing the Zoids and the powers, and I was like, this is gay. I just turned it off. Now, but there are other people who are fans of that, stuck with it. Bats loves Power Rangers. I lost interest because I'm like, you got rid of all the hot girls, and just basically,
Well,
just
they didn't get rid of them. They ran out of show
idea.
to translate. They were like, the only way to keep
Yeah,
Power Rangers going was to import other shows and then just pretend and put the Power Rangers stamp on it.
it
Because
just got the movie was okay though. People say like, "Oh, I hated the movie. That was dumb." The Power Rangers movie made sense how they transitioned. They lost their powers. They had to get the new ninja things, but then it became a trope.
yeah,
Every few seasons, they had to keep changing. I was like, "Wow, just stop, please." But
are you talking about the Hollywood movie that they made?
yeah, that was actually continuation from the series
Right. But that
from
was like
Power
an
Rangers season
original
one. Yeah,
creation that
yeah,
they took the
yeah,
storyline.
yeah.
The problem with shows like Power Rangers is when you're borrowing existing shows and retranslating them and adding different footage in there to kind of make it its thing. Once you run out of the original show that you're borrowing from, you can't make it anymore because you weren't really making your own show. You were basically taking someone else's work and cutting and pasting it into your
Yep.
thing. It's like,
So
oh, this was
I
really
learned.
successful. I wish the Japanese would make more of this.
So as I'm going through this, I'm like, somebody was telling me like, "Oh yeah, Inuyasha, like that anime was so far ahead of than the manga. The manga they had to pause the show just for the manga to catch up because so there was filler episodes they did because they didn't have the manga, and then they actually end up canceling the show. But they allowed it after the manga caught up. They basically allowed to like they do like a movie thing to wrap it up, which I thought was actually convenient for them. But yeah, this new one I said is like I'm just like there's nothing. The original cast is I guess is in there, but my understanding, it's the focus is on the kids now. And I'm like, oh, that's cool if you're just jumping on. You've never watched the past like the 197 episodes. But then again, I'm not that far, so I don't even know if they ended it nicely or not. But I just don't like it when they decide to change reformat everything, and you're just like, okay, wow, thanks. Because I also learned that there's two English dubs because Funimation was doing the main dubs for all the anime, the 2000 stuff. There was this other one called Animax dubs, and they just dumbed down like Inuyasha. They dumbed down. They changed the voice actor. They dumbed down the character, and it got the point where I was like, this is very Americanized. This is like the original cartoon was a little bit. It was more respectful to the manga stuff, but this one just became like when I read Richards, for fun on the Geeky Pup Show, and I go, I'm a Reed Richards. What's going on? Like I'm doing that because like I'm just trying to be like I'm stupid or whatever. But they were serious getting a guy and just totally changed like this. They tried westernizing the show, and it didn't go anywhere. They even were pulling out like it's time for Inuyasha, like or like they were pulling out jokes from different movies and stuff and like quotes and stuff, trying to like advertise the show as it came on. It just got the point. It's like you could tell these people were just needed to like just go somewhere else. But I don't know. But
Go
uh,
away. Go somewhere
macro.
else.
Well, imagine Evangelion coming back and they just totally westernize it, really, really westernize it. Just like they change it. They change not only the voice actors, but they like modernize it and just just make it.
Didn't
not the same
Evangelion do
feeling.
that? I thought they did that. I
Imagine
thought that
10
was
times worse.
I don't know if it's 10 times more. I haven't seen any of it. That's kind of
Well, whatever.
my bucket
Yeah,
list anime to watch because I remember when it came out and it was like the greatest anime of all time. You haven't seen Evangelion? People who love Evangelion. And I've always had it like I was like, "Oh, I should check this out." People say great things. And then now there's like the redo ones where it's like the 1.11 whatever. I don't even know where it's gotten so convoluted though. I don't know where to start with Evangelion anymore. I'm like, what's just the beginning? How do I approach this? Like
there's a lot of
sometimes
animes that I come across. I have no idea where to I start. I guess I go just find the first series. I guess that
yeah,
was Mobile Suit Gundam.
some of these and Mobile Suit Gundam is one of the worst. You have to be like a complete anime weeb to even get started. Like it's like research. I gotta track down. Like it's like, oh my gosh,
There's been
make it
like 14 different like seasons, kind of like there or something like that,
with
and
Gundam. Yeah,
mangas
there's
too.
multiple different
Yeah,
seasons, but then there's different shows. There's different movies. The movies take place in different time periods. You if you just pick up a Mobile Suit Gundam movie today, um, you'll be lost. It just it's crazy to me how they do it, but
I
there's
heard the
enough
movies
people out
though.
there that are fanatical about it. So
I heard that the movies are pretty much like summaries of like of the summarization of the cartoon or the anime episodes. Like they just summarized it,
that's what I
so
heard,
you could.
something like that too. But I think
I
it
was
was
like,
all new animation,
yeah,
but I could be wrong. I'm
but I was
definitely
like,
not knowledgeable on
so
it.
I said so when I got in the I said Gundam Wing was the first one, and then they had like Gundam Seed and Gundam Seed Destiny and all that stuff. I saw they're coming out with movies. I'm like, why would I want to watch a movie if I can just watch the episodes at a better pace? It's like me getting the Marvel Disney Plus cut where it's all rushed, you know. But I don't know. It's I always thought that was weird because when I saw My Hero Academia was doing that too. I was like, oh, is that just a summary of the actual like, season? No, it's some of those movies were just kind of I guess from my understanding or they're standalone like filler, right? You're the big My Hero Academia guy.
My Hero Academia is wait, you're talking about the movies or
The movies, yeah, the little movies.
yeah,
Aren't they in
so the
between the
movies are
seasons?
interesting about one thing about interesting about the movies. They are they sort of are filler. That's true, but they're also 100% original. So what I mean by that is the show is an adaptation of the manga. So
Hmm.
if you watch the show, you're basically following the same storyline that the manga is. What the manga does not have though are the stories that are in the movies. So you if you just read the manga alone and were like, I don't care about anime, I like just the manga, I'm a purist, then you would miss out on these stories. So and the movies so far what they've been are sort of like because the seasons are broken in halves. So the season will come out at like the first half and then go on at like a little hiatus and then come back and finish the second half. And then the movies take place in between the halves of the seasons. So like you'll I think they started doing this in season 3. So you'll like watch season 3 first half, see the movie, second half of season 3. But then sometimes it's weird because they haven't been sourcing the actual continuity of the time. But the way that they do it, it doesn't really break anything. The movies are actually really good. If you're a fan of the series, I wouldn't recommend watching the movies just not following the series. Like they're not really standalone. They're absolutely meant for people who've been following these characters, but they are self-contained stories. Like you don't have to follow the narrative. It's kind of like almost with the comic books with annuals, right? If you read Batman, let's say you're following the storylines in Batman, and every year they have like a Batman annual. Usually the annual is kind of its own self-contained story. It's still Batman, it's still the characters you know, but it's not like, oh, issue, 152 continues in annual number whatever. Like it's just its own thing. That makes
All
sense,
right.
hopefully.
Yep.
Um Skip says, so funny how long this combo has been going on when I just use the English way to say hi. I think we got roasted. Roasted.
I
Um,
mean, Skip's welcome to join us, our
yeah,
book club, if you really wanted to.
Yeah, it'd be
I,
nice if more people join this book club. We got to get the word out. Um, he says
I mean,
he's looking forward to books like Swamp Thing from Rom V, and it's the last book apparently in the new Rom V Detective Comics. Gun Honey
three.
returns this week, he says, and
Yep.
that Ed
There's
Brubaker has an endorsement quote on it. So
there are 3 Ron V books out this week: Carnage,
yeah.
Swamp Thing, and Detective Comics.
Did you
Take.
did you read Gun Honey, the first one?
Yep.
I know it's kind of
I
silly
like.
to ask,
I
but
liked it.
did you like it?
Yeah, I liked it.
It was just kind of okay, not like you didn't love it. It was just pretty good.
It's kind of like a Red Sonja. Like, you get, if you do it correctly, like, I'll enjoy it. But then none of those Red Sonjas kind of stand out to me. You know, like
Uh,
Gun Honey, I thought it was good. But I mean, if they wanted to continue doing more of it, I'll back it. I'll buy it. I'll read it. But if it went away, you know, not
mhm.
gonna hurt me.
Okay, that's fair.
It's not like it's not like my love and hate relationship with Spider Man.
Right.
Like, I love that. Like, that's over anything else. I love all like that character and everything. And then yeah, like now I can't read anymore because just they ruined the character. So
Skip says
I feel bad not reading it.
Skip says he's down to join, but after the boys.
All right, he wants the girls.
He's- yeah, they need a follow up book called The Girls. No, they
The
don't.
kids version. Yeah, it's a kids.
The kids.
Yes, we'll
Uh,
continue the story with the kids.
the fluids. Uh,
the,
I went there.
the
Speaking of
fluid
going
children.
there, let's
Don't
talk
go
a little
there.
bit about comic news going on. I know you're gonna be into this one quite a bit. Um,
It's Gold Star. It's good.
Marvel introduces. Why is it not showing up? Oh,
I don't. I,
are you able to see it? I gotta put it on the.
I can see it on the thing on our live stream thing for us, but I can't see it on the phone though.
Yeah, I'll do it this way. There you go.
There it is. That's around there.
There it is. Got a hold of this contraption. Marvel introduces Gold Goblin, a Spider-Man villain starring in their own series. Woo! Spider-Man's
Yay!
greatest enemy is set to embark upon his own heroic journey as the Gold Goblin, but there's no telling how long it will actually last. The Amazing Spider-Man's most iconic nemesis is about to undergo stunning transformation ahead of taking his own solo series as the Gold Goblin. Marvel
That's
promises that upcoming Amazing Spider-Man number 13 has big changes in store for Norman Osborn, aka the Green Goblin, as the latest chapter of the Hobgoblin story comes to an end. Norman's next chapter begins as he's transformed into the new Gold Goblin.
yeah. She's Norman is basically what they're trying to do is make Norman into a hero. He's trying to do everything. So the problem is that they turned Ben into a criminal. They brought back Ben Riley, turned him into a villain. Now Norman's trying to prove that he's a hero. They've turned Spider-Man into a villain as well. You know, pretty sure in the he caused a destruction of a city. It's now the only way this works is that this whole entire Norman trying to be a good guy is all a ruse, and he's secretly a bad guy.
Yeah, but didn't
That's
he
the
get
only.
didn't
Yeah, I know.
I agree. I don't think he should be a
Yeah,
hero. And
no,
I agree if it's all a ruse. But
but
why
just
just can't Norman stay dead?
yeah,
This
but
is so dumb. The whole point of not the whole point, but the impact of the Green Goblin storyline is the aftermath that is left. Gwen Stacy was dead because he killed her.
yeah,
Then he eventually had to die, and the tragedy and the aftermath in the history of Peter Parker. These characters they add weight. These are storylines that people still talk about, and you bring both of them back, and then you
yep.
turn both of them into heroes of their own. It just makes it all silly.
That's the reason why this has failed because yeah, Hobgoblin was meant to replace the Green Goblin as the new villain. It even had Harry, who originally donned the costume, making it was kind of crazy. Up, and he found out that Spider-Man had killed his father and whatever. He Harry died a hero, whatever, but this thing it's just no, it's just if you brought back Norman, say like do something creative, be like even the CW did a better creative story. This isn't they brought in an Earbud Thawne, and but this on he's never been a villain, he's never been a Reverse Flash and stuff. So if you brought in a time displaced Norman Osborn who's never been a villain, and you have Peter making Peter want to be the bad guy, saying like, "Oh, you're a villain," and all that blah blah blah. It's that would make more sense. Do something like that, but this to say that the whole kindred and all that stuff, and saying like it was Harry had made a deal with or no, or Norman had made a deal with Mephisto or something like that, or I don't know, but whatever. It's just to say that Norman is now cleaned of his sins. Now he actually he's no longer insane anymore because the serum he took all these years ago messed up his brain. That's why he was a villain. And to say that
Okay.
he wants to be a hero now to make up for his past sins, prove to Peter Parker that that I am a good guy. I no. He's like Joker. You murdered a billion people or went around and stuff. You
Right.
shouldn't be going around. The same argument with Harley Quinn.
Yep.
Harley Quinn. If Harley Quinn should rot in jail, but the fact that these jails cannot hold anybody, that's because it's comic books. If you want to say he's trying to prove himself, cool, but he's always going to be Peter Parker's greatest nemesis. And to say that he's actually legitimately good, it should be for like maybe 12 issues. If you can get a limited series, and then it's revealed it's like he kills Aunt May. You know,
Yikes. um,
seriously, because that's the thing. You want him to be known as a villain. It hits that there should be no redemption for villains. And if there is redemption, that person dies trying to do good. That's the trope.
Generally, I would agree. There should. I won't say. I don't want to be black and white blanket. Say never a villain can be redeemed. I think
I'd never call
you
you a wet
can.
blanket.
I think you can. I think there's occasionally, occasionally there's room to do that, but not Green Goblin. I just didn't. I mean, didn't it wasn't it a couple years ago that they brought him back as Red Goblin?
No, he bonded with Carnage symbiote because
Right.
Cassidy was apparently dead. And so he got a hold of the symbiote, and he's like, well, he went crazy, and he wanted to. Yeah, this is
So he
Mary
came back
Jane
as
was
Red
so.
Goblin.
Yeah,
So he's been
that was
Green
his.
Goblin. He's been Red Goblin just a couple years ago, and now he's going to be Gold Goblin.
Yeah, I know.
Like, come
Where's
on.
where's Black Goblin? Is that gonna happen?
Hey, now we don't need to make it racist.
I didn't
Just
say
kidding.
make him racist.
I'm just kidding.
If he was racist, he'd be a White Goblin
No. I was just sorry.
with
It
a
was
hood and
bad. It
everything.
was a bad joke. Anyways, making this all the
That was
better.
a bad joke.
The only way that this could possibly be better is
Is
by
Christopher Cantwell.
announcing that it's going to be written by critically acclaimed author Christopher Cantwell. Now, I don't know what
Uh,
critics are acclaiming Christopher Cantwell, but I have not read anything that's even good, much less something that I would acclaim from him. do you
critically
think he is?
accused.
Do you think he has there's a prayer that Christopher Cantwell is going to make this cool?
Like I said, Christopher Cantwell is just like Bendis and Tom Taylor. Throw him on Elseworld stories. Like I said, we'll go back to that. When Jim Shooter left Marvel, we'll split it and we have create a whole new universe, and say nothing after that was canon. We were all witnessing 617.
All right, let's move on to more positive announcements. This has
Is it
been,
is this positive? Joker and Batman teaming up?
yeah,
It
this
seems
is
like he's
the,
stealing from Cat. Is he stealing from what's his name?
well, this is
Glenn Murphy.
positive because this has been, what, 8 years in the making? This has been since 2014. They
Wow.
announced that they were going to get Mark Silvestri to do a Batman title. And it's been just every year. It's like, where's the Mark Silvestri Batman? this is like something no one thought was ever going to happen, and we got an announcement. It's finally happening. Happening.
Ash,
Um,
this is one of 17 new ones.
well, yes, there's lots of different, but most of them are done by crap. Mark Silvestri is an industry legend. Um, now it's a little bit long in the tooth now. It's Mark Silvestri doesn't carry the weight that he used to, unfortunately. But I'm a big fan. He's one of my favorite artists, and
Yeah, I got
this
him to
is
sign
something.
my Witchblade book.
When I got back into comics in 2018, and I was like, Mark Silvestri's going to be doing a Batman comic. Oh yeah, I'll be buying that. And then 2019 came, and then 2020 came, and 2021 came, and now we're in 2020. I just never thought we were going to see it. I was like, nah, Mark Silvestri's never going to draw a Batman comic. He'll maybe draw a Batman cover. He's not going to draw a comic. But here we are. We're getting it. Um, and apparently this is from an story idea of his. Um,
Now,
and I
what
can't
when does this take
necessarily
place?
I can't necessarily fault him if other people have done this
Now
story
here's my
because
question though.
he came up
Is
with this
this
years ago.
is this Silver Age Joker, or is this supposed to be post Crisis, like back in the 80s when he first introduced Harley Quinn in the 90s when she was still with the Joker, or is this afterwards? Like which version of Harley Quinn is this?
I couldn't I don't actually know. Um,
Because the synopsis is supposed to be they teaming up to look for Harley Quinn. Now, see, that scares me when I see that version of her right there. Is she still Joker's girlfriend,
well,
or
we're
is
not going
she
to get the
after?
Bruce Tim. I'm pretty
No,
positive we're not
yeah.
getting the Bruce Tim Harley Quinn.
Now that alternate cover though, I saw of the Joker with the little hair, bowl cut, I guess. It's the third cover right there. If that's his Joker, like that right there, like the whole face, that is creepy, and I
Yeah,
want creepy Joker.
I like Greg Capullo's Joker.
Yeah,
Um, yeah,
that's a
I
weird
don't
concept.
exactly know. But I'm down. I mean, here's the thing. I'm not going to if it comes out and it sucks, that'll be unfortunate. But I don't have any reason to be negative about it. This is an exciting thing. You're putting an industry legend on a title. It's a Black Label title. This is the whole point of
That's
Black
cool.
Label to begin with. This is what we wanted when Black Label was introduced. That was supposed to be like the
Now,
premium comics, not putting giving Vita Ayala a comic. That wasn't the point of Black Label. It's putting like
yeah,
legends on it. Um,
I like his sketch of there of Harley Quinn. Proves me he can still draw. Look at this, the interior stuff.
oh yeah. He's definitely lost his edge, and he's not drawing a monthly book anymore, and so you
Oh,
get rusty. But like I said, he's still a legend. These are if you grew up being a Mark Silvestri fan, this is probably something that's going to excite you. And I think most people are going to be crossing their fingers and hoping that the result turns out great.
I mean, the last book I read that was like a big writer was the Jeff Johns one. That was Three Jokers. That was an Elseworld story. So I hope it's gonna do good. I'm hoping because I mean, but problem is that I hear so many people we're tired of the Joker. We're tired of the Joker. Yeah.
I am tired of the Joker,
Yep.
and I can definitely understand that. However, when it's a title like this, when it's more of a passion project, you have a creator who's in just
Yeah.
a all-star industry Hall of Famer who says I want to do a Batman book and it's going to be a limited series. Do whatever you want. Like if they go, I want to do a Joker story, okay, fine. So I forgive that. What I don't like is Joker just being in the main continuity. Like every story is just more Joker. Hey, look, this Joker story's over. Now we're gonna go into this new event. Guess what? It's the Joker again.
No.
You're like, God,
Now,
go away.
Imagine if Cantwell was writing this, we'd have a good Joker redeeming himself, being
Oh,
trying to be a hero.
Jesus. If Cantwell was writing it, I don't even want to imagine. I don't even. Fortunately, we've got good writers on Batman right now. Um, so I'm seeing
Uh,
Boros Griffin has joined us in the chat. Welcome, Boros. Good to see you. He asks, and I'll let you answer first. Iron Man versus Batman. Who's more cooler?
Iron Man's got the cooler toys, but Batman just yeah, he's the guy you wouldn't want to like. Iron Man's the guy you want to party with. Batman's the guy you don't want to cross paths on and all
Batman's
things.
the guy you don't want at your party.
You're right.
You're like, oh,
He's a
party's over.
really
Batman's here.
yeah. It's like I'm not at that point. I'm not even scared of cops or
You're
anybody
like,
busting my door. I'm more scared about Batman just busting, and then he's like, "All right, great. Well, geez, Batman, thanks for the no knock."
he's
That's
the no knock.
like
Oh man, everyone
you have
go
the wrong
home.
neighbor,
Batman's here.
the wrong address.
Funny.
That'd be my fear of Gotham City. Like, and then do you see this stupid thing that DC had a couple days ago? Twitter poll. Where do you want to live? People are saying Gotham. I was like, are you freaking kidding me? Like Central City, I'd probably do with that because Metropolis, the town's being leveled. Superman threw my car, or Doomsday destroyed my car. I'm without a car. At least in Central City, like they're the rogues. That's it. I don't got these big like kaiju monsters coming down trying to destroy the city like I have in Metropolis. Gotham, you're not even the worry about the superheroes. You just get mugged and killed on the street. Where do
Eric
you work?
Breen. Eric Breen has joined us. He says, "No reason to be negative. That's got to be killing Ash."
That's what I was laughing before when you so that's
I think Batman is cooler
yeah
for
yeah.
me, but you're right. I would rather have Iron Man at the party. Um, HR asks, Ash, are you going to pick up JSA by Jeff Johns? Ah, I'm.
I'll,
Mm,
I'll pick it up so you can borrow my copy.
yeah. I know people that are going to be picking it up that I can. I'm going to say this. I want to, but it's not as easy. I uh, yeah. So I want to pick it up. I haven't fully decided. Marani has also joined us. Welcome, Ronnie. Good to see you. And let's see. She's afraid to see what will happen in issue 26, the first issue after Cantwell's run, as Iron Man has been getting progressively, pun intended, worse since Bendis. Oh yeah, for sure. Who's taken over for Cantwell?
Not sure, but I mean, it could only go upwards, right?
Cantwell? No, it could get worse. I
Really?
as bad as Cantwell is, the book is better than Slott's run.
Who would? Oh, with Dan Slott leaving. Well, Dan Slott's gonna be writing Spider-Man. But that being said, doesn't mean that Dan Slott can't write Iron Man.
He could come back to Iron Man, but I can't imagine they
Yeah,
would do that. I mean,
I,
he
I would.
really
You know
messed
what?
up Iron Man.
Do you know who I'd give the book to? That Colin kid, that Colin Kelly and that Zanning guy, whatever it is. The guys are doing Captain America, Sentinel Liberty.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I'd give them the book.
that'd be
I'd give them
smart.
Iron Man because these guys seem to know how to write it. And even Jed McKay, I'd give Jed McKay the chance because Jed McKay wrote an awesome Iron Man annual. You know,
Yeah, he's the one
maybe
doing the Moon Knight book right now. That's not too
yep,
bad.
yeah,
They
like
don't need to
that.
put the greatest writer ever.
No,
I know
just someone
Ronnie is
who
not going to like hearing this from me, but I don't think Iron Man's ever had the greatest writers. Like it's been one of those books that unfortunately never got blessed with like a legendary writer to really just give it an arc that people just like, oh my god, it's one of the great. Like Daredevil's got the Miller arc, etc. Like it doesn't. But what Iron Man has had for a long time has just consistently good writers. Like just make it a basic, fun comic again, right? It looks like David Michelini's not doing a lot of work. They keep giving him all these, like he's doing this Venom retro book. Why don't you just put David Michelini on it? Here, David, you want Iron Man? Here you go.
yeah,
That's what I would do. I
you know,
wouldn't look to find the best writer in comics to put on Iron Man. I would just look to find a competent guy who could handle a monthly series and deliver fun comics for a while.
you know who'd be really interesting to read take on Iron Man? Garth Ennis.
Yeah, that would no. As much as I love Garth Ennis, no, 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 no,
It's
no.
like this is like Iron Man Max, it's like, Marvel Max, Marvel Knights, and it's like I was like, what? Because I'm trying to think who is out there like that I would actually want. I mean, like obviously you don't want the people who prove they're just there to virtue signal and don't know what they're doing. Doesn't have to be the greatest writer, but it has to be someone who actually understands the character. That's the thing.
Right.
There are great writers who have written other books that just necessarily don't understand their characters. You know, that's why I mean, like there are certain books that I like where they don't know the character, but I think I like their version though. You know, trying to think a couple examples, but I don't know. Who would you? I mean, you absolutely can go worse. Yes, as they said, Ryan North going on Fantastic Four. Uh, there's always Vita. There is always like she said, just Teeny Howard, T. Franklin. But
Actually, you know what? Here's a fan cast for Iron Man that I'm gonna make and I'm making it out of logic, not out of fandom, because I don't really particularly enjoy his work as much as most people do. But I think he would be a really good possible choice to do Iron Man. I don't think he ever did Iron Man, and that's Peter David. And the reason I say that is because he clearly knows his comics, right? He's been writing comics since the late '80s. He's been around. He's done, he's most notable for his Hulk run. A lot of people consider his Hulk run as the best of all time. Um, he was the guy doing X Factor when I got into X Factor, or when I really got into X Factor. Um, I don't particularly love his work, but he is a sci-fi author. He's got a background in sci-fi, and I think Iron Man could benefit from Peter David's knowledge of Marvel comics and just comic writing, and the fact he's just a writer in general, but also someone that understands science fiction because there is sci-fi elements that I think Tony Stark needs. Someone that could really bring that back to the character.
yeah, I'm trying to think who would be okay writer on there. I was thinking Kevin Shinick actually. He's done some work for Marvel. Guy wrote for Robot. He wrote here and there. He's basically written a lot of the Star Wars books that are coming out right now. He wrote on Flash for a while. I like the story. He brought the Alchemist back to the cook. He wrote Superior Carnage. I mean, there can't. I mean, that's what I would probably put on there because I think you'd feel safer with something like that than versus like I don't know. I mean,
Anya says, "Sorry, Ash, but after the abuses that Iron Man has suffered writing-wise since Civil War, and before that, Teen Tony, I flat out demand a stellar writer to work on the book now." Yeah, no arguments from me. As an Iron Man fan, if I were in your shoes, I would feel the same way. But I'm speaking, I guess, more from a outside critic because, well, I'm somewhat of an Iron Man fan. I collected the comics back in the '80s. I'm He's not my most favorite character. Um, I enjoy him, and I do want to see him done well, but I also understand the pragmatics of the business. Um, but I wouldn't say no. I mean, if you could find someone to give Tony Stark his like equivalent of a Walt Simonson Thor or a Frank Miller Daredevil or something of that nature to like just really put him on the map and people go, man, that was amazing. Like just that would be fantastic. I did Number one, I'm not sure there's anyone today that I could see doing that. And number two, if I'm Marvel, that's not where I would put my priority. I think the first thing to do is just get Iron Man, you know, walking again. just it's like when you get in a car accident and you're all mangled up and everything. You got to go to physical therapy and you just kind of got to like get back into normal shape again before you really, you know,
Gary
start
Whitta.
exerting yourself. Uh, we need
Oh
Gary Wood
no,
on there, man.
it's like getting John Ridley. No, you don't want that either.
Without Iron Man, we
Josh,
would not have the cinematic universe. It's frankly disgusting that he hasn't had the top level writers assigned to his book. Yeah, I mean,
the
he,
top
he
writers. Okay, well, we got Bendis. We can put him back on there. He's a top writer, according to current Marvel and DC guys.
think
You
about
know,
top level writers though. Like you got to think about
like previous or current.
no previous. I mean, think of
uh,
books that have had like
Ace.
legendary writers on them. Like we always just the stereotypical one to go to is the Frank Miller Daredevil. It's it's easy. Okay, look, he did, but Frank Miller wasn't a legend when he took over Daredevil. When he was doing that run, he was making his name. He was an I'm not gonna say he's a nobody because he was building up a really hot reputation as an artist, but he was a nobody as a writer. People are
Okay.
just like Frank Miller writing, like what the heck? And then that made him. Walt
I don't know.
Simonson, not as much, but when he took over Thor, it wasn't like people were like, "Oh my God, Walt Simonson's writing Thor." It was just like, "Yeah,
Jerry
Walt
Ordway's
Simonson's
retired,
cool."
right? Jerry Ordway is retired. I don't think he does anything else.
I don't know.
But he was writing Superman post Crisis.
But my point
Uh,
is, what I'm trying to
yeah.
say is, I think sometimes you get these runs by someone who hasn't necessarily made their name, right? By someone who has that talent but hasn't necessarily fully revealed it yet. And I think that's what maybe Iron Man. If I
Well,
think if it's ever going to happen, it's not because you're someone forced it to happen. You're not going to like. It's not like you're going to go pick out who's the best writer. Let's for argument's sake, let's say Rom V is the best writer. It's not like you're going to say, "Hey, Rom V, write Iron Man, make it the best thing ever." I don't think that works that way. I think it kind of works by happenstance, where you get someone who's just inspired, who's up and coming, and they make their name on it. And so it's
you know
hard.
what,
It's hard to
dude?
put that light, to recreate lightning in a bottle.
Since they wanted to have people represented, by like the demographic, whatever, like when they have people in a wheelchair writing people in wheelchairs. Can we get Donald Trump to write it? Because he's good at being a billionaire. He could write the comic book. He could write Iron Man.
Right? Well, what we'd really need is Elon Musk writing Iron Man.
Dude, Elon Musk coming in and writing one. Wow,
I don't think
wow.
he could write worth a hill of beans, but um,
Why are Iron Man looking at memes all day?
we have a storyline where Iron Man's trying to buy Twitter. Uh,
Yes, yes, it backs out the last one because he doesn't know how many bots there are in there. He doesn't want to get involved with AIM. Look, Iron Man buys AIM.
yeah, so I think if I guess my point is, I think Peter David would be a good known quantity to get the ship back afloat. Get it seaworthy again, and have him on the book for a couple years, establish some consistency and quality, and then start looking for some new talent that you can give a shot on. And who knows, maybe you'll discover the next breakout star, and they do something
True.
really great.
Josh Williamson, when he's free, you can have him go over there to Marvel. I don't think he'll ever jump the ship, but
Yeah, I don't think
uh,
Marvel can afford him.
you know what? Do it on there. Put through a Christos Gage on there.
Dominic has joined us in the chat. Thanks, Dominic, for coming by. Good to see you again. He says Frank Miller's writing and
Yeah,
artistry improved throughout the years, and you got a chance to witness it. Yep. Speaking of Frank Miller,
yeah, his
Frank
new Ronin series.
Frank Miller Presents has Ronin and Ancient Enemies in the November solicit. So Frank Miller's got his own imprint coming out.
with Phil
Um,
with Phil Tan.
Frank Miller Presents. Now, I know that there's probably no one around in the chat or in the panel that has a love for Frank that I do, but that's fine. And I fully recognize that Frank is long past his prime years. I don't expect anyone to discover Frank today and be like, "Oh my God, this is like." If you're gonna fall in love with Frank Miller, it's gonna be off of his stuff that he did
I
30
thought
years
Frank
ago.
retired
Oh no, he just did a he just did a book like 2 years ago.
2 years
But
ago. That's a long time.
yeah, but Frank's not a prolific guy. He's more like a real. I don't want to say real. He's more like a regular book author, right?
Oh,
That
I
just
forgot
comes out with
about
a book
that.
every couple years.
Mark Millar writing Iron Man.
Oh no, no, just Mark Millar is never gonna. Mark Millar works for Netflix, so he would not be able to write anything for Marvel.
you imagine it's like Jupiter's Legacy, but like
It
it's
would
like
have been
Spider-Man.
cool back in the day to have Mark Millar do it, but no, not today. That is not ever happening. But anyways, but Frank Miller, Ronin is one of my favorite works, and when I talk about the classic works of Frank Miller, Ronin often gets overlooked because it's not one of the Marvel or DC characters, and so a lot of people, unless you're a Frank Miller fan, haven't read it. Um, and he's doing another book though, Ancient Enemies, which I don't know anything about, with Dan Didio. So I'm just very curious to see what Frank Miller can do. I think that a lot of this stuff is not going to necessarily be him directly. It's just going to sort of be like him presenting, like he's just working with other talent to
So
build
basically, two people I forgot
creations.
about: Dan Didio and Frank Miller.
Shut up. No one's forgot about Frank Miller. Um, let's see. So, but I'm just I want to see. I want things to succeed. I know that I can sound very salty a lot of times, and definitely if I'm negative about something, if I think something's stupid, I'm not going to shut up about it. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's stupid. But it's not that I want shit to suck. I would love for everything to be great. Uh, and so until I find a reason for this stuff to suck, I'm gonna be on the bandwagon and hope that it's great. What is this? Let's see. This solicit for this ancient enemies. Earth becomes the final battleground for a centuries-old war between two alien races. But this final conflict becomes the unintentional breeding ground for a new generation of superpowers, each with the ability to influence the outcome of the war. Some
Earth.
superpowers chose sides, while the others struggle to maintain their independence with the hope of saving Earth. This series explodes with new characters and creations written by former DC publisher Dan Didio, with design and art by the industry's newest rising star, Danio Beyruth. I might be butchering that. As the first issues go, this one is not to be missed. So Um, you know
Wow.
what? I'm willing to give Didio a try. I did not like what he did at DC, but that doesn't mean that he is without potential to do anything good. Um,
Wow. I just can't wait to Gene Roddenberry what he's going to say about this. It's Earth Final Conflict.
well, Gene Roddenberry is dead, so he can roll over in his grave. Uh,
He needs
and
someone to
then
help him now.
Ronin. Let's see, which is being done by Frank Miller himself. Six-part miniseries follows the original work and takes Casey and her newborn son across the ravaged landscape of America, with layouts by Miller, the beautiful panoramic art by Philip Tan, and Daniel Henriquez captures all
And
the energy and excitement of the original series, taking the characters and world into a direction all its own, not to be missed.
Enrique.
Well, that could be very interesting. And Frank Miller's doing the layouts because one thing that Miller is great at is his sequential storytelling, but his rendering these days is pretty bad. So having someone else use his layouts and then drawing the art, yeah, Ronin is a cool story. Did you ever get to read that?
Nope. Had no interest.
No interest. Alrighty, well, I'm super excited about this, and since
Well,
I'm
it's
one
good that
half of
somebody
this
is.
show, I was going to have to talk about it. And
The artwork's great. That's Philip Tan's artwork.
yeah,
Oh, I just noticed a guy being killed at the bottom there.
it's got a
Oh
female
man, that's horrible.
protagonist. You like female protagonists?
With a kid, it might as well be
Oh,
Marco and
they have a baby. You're one of those kind of guys.
she's gonna grow up to be the new protagonist. I'm going to avenge my father who is slain. I only have one eye now. Wait, that's Samurai Doggy.
Skip says, so Didio's plan was to get with Miller instead of getting the marquee writing talent. He just writes it himself. His books weren't popular at DC. And that is true. I don't think this was Didio's plan, however, Skip. I don't think this was his escape strategy. I think Didio found himself unemployed. And so now what's his name? Chris Cuomo, when he got canned from CNN, is like, oh, I guess I'll take this job over here at this
Oh,
online network
that's
that no
another guy
one's
I
ever
forgot
heard
about.
of.
That. Chris
So
Como, Frank Miller, and yeah, Didio. Wow.
don't you dare. Don't you dare, you hater. So yeah, it's
I'm
funny,
not a
funny
hit.
statement, Skip, but I don't, I don't think that was Didio's plan. But I mean, look, if it sucks, it's gonna suck. But I don't know if it is. So we'll see. And let's also, we should not forget one thing about Didio. Didio is a writer. He comes from television, but he did didn't he do that show? I think it was called Reboot. He did like an animated sci-fi
Was that
show
him?
in the
There was a
past.
yeah. There was a Saturday morning cartoon called Reboot.
Yeah, like in the 90s he did a yeah, it so I mean he does come now. It doesn't make him the greatest thing. I mean, Chris Cantwell comes from TV as well. So, but my point is I'm not going to just write him off until I see the merit of his work. And I'm
He's the
hoping that
same.
maybe working with Frank brings out the best in him. Maybe it won't. Maybe it'll be trash. And
Re yeah, Reboot. Yeah.
if it is, I will be. You know, I've never been a shill for Dan Didio, so I'll happily trash it if it is.
He's the
So
same age as Breen.
who is
JDO.
Didio is?
Yep.
Wow, thought you were gonna say Frank Miller was.
Oh, not Frank Miller. Who's that again?
Shut the hell up. Ah, my goodness. All right.
It's hard enough to remember that you have a channel. I thought we were just talking on Discord.
Killing me, Smalls. So
I don't
we
have
got
to.
we got a little reading club going on the Ashton Comics Discord channel that everyone is invited to partake in. Come to the Ashton Discord channel to see more about it, talk about it, and it
Or
involves
don't.
way to sell it there. Um, so what it involves is a little two parts.
That's
Currently,
right.
and
I'm still in my spot. The betting starts when it says
it
go.
is really freaking hard to do a show with Venkman. Just so you guys know, he is chaotic. Um,
Neutral.
Chaotic neutral. Yes,
Yes.
I'm very neutral about you. We in the reading thing we got two parts. We got one where we have picked a book series to kind of go through and do a little retrospective of week after week and invite everyone to kind of follow along and be able to read the series ahead of time and then talk and share their thoughts about it. And then also I thought we came up with this idea we thought would be pretty interesting where each one of us every week would pick a different book for the other person to read that might be outside of their normal wheelhouse that they wouldn't pick up themselves, but it's maybe something that we would read and we want to just basically force them to read it, and then vice versa, back and forth, and see if we can get the other to explore new horizons. And so um, this week, my book for you was Samurai Doggy #1. So why don't you take it away? How big of a torture was this for you to read?
The only problem I not really a problem. I was just like, okay, apparently it's advanced society. There's no humans, just robots and animals, humanoids, evolution, high, it's there was I was just confused. Like apparently, so the dog was like in the beginning he was laying there. Was he shot like multiple times by the guy? Or am I just remembering wrong? But anyway, all of a sudden he grows up. He's got like a human body. And at first I'm like, is like these robotic extensions? No, it's actually just grows up. It's just that's the way that this world works. Is that you start off animals start off as cubs, and then they become humanoids. The art's great in this, by Santos, or what his name is?
Correct, Santos.
Santos. Uh,
You got it the first time.
yeah. Anyway, so his art's pretty good in it. I just felt like I was reading like an extension of like Ninja Turtles. Like if you like this is in this sense is a wandering samurai trying to basically hunt down the killer of his mother. There's some comedy in this, and it just like I said, it just felt this is a kid's book almost.
It felt like a kid's book.
In a sense, yeah, it was
Okay.
like for like 13 to 14 year no, for probably more like 14 and up. Uh, it had a decent story, had some humor in it too. It's a good book.
What about it? Do you have any? Can you elaborate? Like, what were your favorite things about the book?
Well, him being dragged into a situation, and the vulture robot would actually turn out to save his life when he's younger. I still don't know how, but it did. Um, he's basically like for those who remember the movie Aladdin, he's basically the was it Diego? Basically warning him like you're gonna die. Like, go over here. Go, it's basically it's he's basically the comic relief. He's basically like, oh, here we go again. You're getting another fight, you know. And he's and just is so there's a little humor like that. I like that, and then the action scenes in here are pretty good too. When he uses his sword and he cuts through like the some of the robots, and you just it's a nice clean art. There's even some more humor too. When he's basically got this like all he's got is from his kin. He's got this rope, and he's just like going around here. Sniff this. See if you, and then everyone's just like, oh, it's horrible. And then the next picture they show like in the diner, the bar where he's at, is like a tray. Usually, would you have your pies and stuff in there, like your stuff, but no, it's full of onions. And he goes and he eats their onion by itself. I was like, ugh. It was like, I guess the I think the robot vulture said like, maybe you're just used to that smelly thing rope. But yeah, he's trying to find his kin, but he's also trying to track down the killer of his mother. We'll see where this goes. In the end, there can only be one.
So obviously, I adore this comic, and I just wanted to share it with everyone else. It is a little strange. Obviously, it's not reality. All the characters are sort of anthropomorphic.
Also, it's
Um,
not Frank Miller, so it's really good.
why are you trying to push my buttons? Um, I just loved everything about this. Just this super charming, but it's got great art, fun storyline. It's a book that I just enjoy flipping through again and again. So that's a huge tell for me when I have a book that I enjoyed it after I'm finished, but then I kind of find myself kind of going back and revisiting it. The books that there's a lot of books I like. No, this is really good, and I put it away and I never look at it again. I had a good first experience, and it was that. But the books that kind of make you come back to it, um, that's that's really special. So yeah. What was the thing you like least about it?
The beginning.
You didn't like the beginning?
Well, the guy was trying to kill the dog, harm to the dog.
You hate
Bro,
dogs.
true. Yeah, then that's my favorite part.
uh,
Um, least about it though. Sometimes, yeah, the art's there, but
or what do you wish it would have done better?
maybe moved a little faster the pace.
Okay.
But like especially when he gets into the city, like they did a flashback, and then and then he tells it was kind of cool, creative that way. He explains how I got here, and the master is like here 2 hours later in this. Um, probably my most favorite part though. I said is actually where the kid tries to pickpocket him because I knew where the trope's gonna go. I'm like, oh, he's like, oh, I bumped into sorry, and then like he takes his money bag at satchel, but it's really hard to find my least favorite because it wasn't a bad book.
I'm glad that.
Probably say because it's short. It's not a long read.
All right. Cool. Well, I'm glad to hear that it's hard for you to say something bad about it. That's a good sign. So it's not that I
There's a
want you to
reason
say
why
anything bad about it. I was just
no, there's
curious.
there's a there's a reason why that book got 41 out of 44 on this site.
Yeah, people liked it. I just took a chance on it. I was like, it was one of those things I was like, this seems kind of neat. I hope it's okay. And
48 pages though, and it just I went through it so fast, mainly because there's not a lot of dialogue, which I do like better. That was The Walking Dead. That was one thing that killed me in Walking Dead. Like if I had been reading that book while it was coming out, it would just killed me to wait the next month for the next one because they're like you go through it, it's like there's hardly any um dialogue. So it's a quick read, so you read it 2 or 3 times. But
All right. Well, thank you, Venkman, for reading that book. Are you going to be picking up? Are you going to be picking up, or I should say, are you going to read the following issues? Did it keep
I'm
your
gonna wait
attention
I'm
enough
gonna
that you
wait
want to
for
read more?
I'm gonna wait for the trade,
Okay.
actually.
All right. So my book that you wanted me to read. Why don't you introduce the book?
Uh, Basically back in 1994, Harris got the rights to do Vampirilla. Um, Coming from basically off the Warren. This was kind of like it wasn't really a joint adventure, but basically they were allowed to basically spinning off the pages of the Warren magazine. Tom Sadowski continued the story with Adam Van Helsing and Vampirella, being an item, and then basically trying to figure out this. Basically, it's establishing that there's a whole new story arc. It's her being protector of the of the world, killing demons and stuff like this. Um, I thought it was pretty well done for being 90s and stuff. Because obviously everybody knows Vampirella. Oh, it's cheesecake. I thought the story's done pretty well. Now the art here is different because it's a 90s book compared to today's stuff. So I was curious about that, what you thought about the art in here. But
So I have never read a Vampirella book in my life. I've known about Vampirella for quite a long time. Um, it is admittedly not something that is in my normal like cup of tea. Um, I'm just we all have our different things that appeal to us and different things that don't appeal to us, and it's totally fine. One thing that's never grabbed me was cheesecake style comics. I don't have a problem with them, but I was like, yeah, it's just not my cup of tea. Some people like Western comics. I've never been a fan of Westerns either. As far as comics, I do like Western movies, but be that as it may. So I just never gave this one a shot. But I knew you being a fan of it for a long time, talking about it, and I've known you for a while now.
and a
Um,
dynamite book, bro. It's not dynamite.
well, I don't care if it's dynamite or
No,
not.
no,
I mean,
no. Skip trying to say it's dynamite.
uh,
Dynamite's a whole different beast.
it is Dynamite now. But yeah, you're right. This was before Vampirella was part of Dynamite. And Eric Breen has talked fondly as well about Vampirella, and I was like, I've never. I should be open minded about this. I've never tried it, so I was very curious when you recommended me this book to see what it was like. Now, one thing I really liked about this book is how straightforward it was.
Yep.
I was reading this book, and the whole time I was like, this book feels like what Image was putting out in the original days when like the Image 7 were making books. And the artist, who was the artist on this? Michael Maria?
Yeah. I always thought it was Saint Maria, but yeah,
Saint something. Anyways, I've never heard of this guy, but
Jay Palmati, though. Good coloring
he
on there.
he easily could have been on one of the Image books as far as like when they were getting all their little when they were trying to find new artists to like draw their books for them. um I could have seen him drawn um something like that. The art was pretty decent, very much in that style of the day. Like everyone was trying to be the next Jim Lee. Um, so I thought it looked pretty good. I really enjoyed that it was like basic comics. That's what my favorite thing about it was. You don't realize until you start reading back issues, I think,
Yep.
like how much modern comics have almost like a pretentious feel to them. And I don't want to say that every modern comic is pretentious. I think there legitimately are good writers out there, but even the really good writers doing stuff, they're not writing in the style that I grew up in. They're writing this whole new breed, and comics are evolving, and that's fine. But this was during a time when I really liked comics and just basic heroes and bad guys and adventures, and I found myself just having a lot of fun. This was a comic that wasn't trying to pretend to be more than it was. It was definitely an excuse to have sexy Vampirilla on a page, beating up bad guys. um, she's got her male lover. and and so there's opportunities to have a little romance. There's really nothing explicit in this book. You see the characters lying in bed together, but there's no it's really tame.
It is.
Um and that's it's very much like a comic book. And I don't want to I'm not going to say that this won me over to read more Vampirella,
No.
but I do want to finish the story. This is only part 1 in the story.
Yep.
The villain, one thing I did like too is the villain character, they set him up to be really scary. So, I thought that's a really good I miss so much of that these days where I actually worry about the protagonist because I'm just like, "Oh, look, there's a villain. I wonder how so and so is gonna beat him up this time," because the villains are never scary. They're just always these pushovers that you're just like, What's even the point?" But this was like, "Oh, damn, this dude." Um, so I'm very curious to see where it goes. So I would definitely be willing, and I'm for sure gonna finish this story, and I would be willing to try out more. So, appreciate you
Yeah.
recommending it to me.
I went back and actually bought this. Now this is the replica cover you're showing here that they pre-printed here back in 2019. I went back and actually bought the that's why the synopsis is actually for the new series on it you're showing it right now. But I went back and bought the Harris book. It's actually a pull-out wraparound cover. Like
Huh.
she's basically she's like in like a little like lake or pond or like or a bath, and with the blood coming out of the little head. So I didn't know that 'cause I was going through this. I was going through over the years through Harris. Kubert or that's his name is Andy Kubert. Had his own run on Vampirella. So I was like really cool. It's kind of cool to see the different writers have gone through the day. So yeah, that's all the new stuff.
This is your
That's the news.
favorite cover.
If she was on Sesame Street, sure.
Sesame Street Vampirella.
Or what's that book you're
Uh,
reading with the Sesame Street characters in World War
oh,
Three?
I forget the name of it off the top of my head. Holy cow, that's a lot of covers. Leave it to
Yeah, it's
Dynamite
like
to
yeah. See,
leave it to
Dynamite Harris, their characters back in the day, Vampirella was much more serious. Vampirella and Dynamite is kind of like they've gone more for the cheesecake covers and stuff like that, but it's not the same as it was feeling as you're reading it when you read, you know, that one.
Yeah.
Uh,
I could see that. No one really writes comics like this anymore.
now,
Like,
now Tom though, yeah,
I was gonna say, I really
go
liked
ahead.
I like the use of word balloons. Or
Yeah,
not word balloons, thought bubbles, where the characters are just thinking about what they're gonna be doing. Like, you get into the characters' heads. That's something that I so miss in comic books. Like, modern comics are done, like, as if they're, like, movies or TV shows, where you never hear what the character's thinking. It's only what they say. In fact, and so the characters actually literally have to talk to themselves, and like, it bothers me when I see characters, like, just talking out loud, basically what their thoughts are. I'm like, "This isn't how people
yeah.
behave," but it's the only way the writer knows how to
So,
convey because they can't use thought bubbles for whatever, but in this book, they did. So,
see, I no, so when this 2000, I saw this is like last year. I noticed that like, wait, there's a book of Adventures of Vampirella, and then I looked at it, I was like, wait, I read this like oh back in 1984. I was wait, so I basically went back and like it's the same writer came back 25 years later after, and he basically finished the rest of his comic book run that he was doing at Harris and did it with Dynamite, and it's for me it kept the same feeling, same type of stuff. Now here's a I don't know if I don't remember if Hemorrhage is in this one yet. Is later on, but you'll see there's a the villains, yes, in this or in the very early stuff was actually really good. I think there was a before this, so there was a 1992 limited Vampirella title, like a miniseries, and then Vengeance was the big thing. So I don't know. It was kind of cool to see Tom Snigoski come back and actually like the original writer come back and just keeping after 25 years later keeping the same like vibe for the book.
yeah, that's cool when you can do something like that.
Yeah, like
Um,
I was like Frank
s
Miller, like writing Batman Year One and then coming back and writing Batman Year Two.
yeah,
But it
he
still
didn't
has
do
the
that,
same
though.
vibe. No, but can
Yeah.
you imagine though if Frank Miller writing his Daredevil comes back and does another Daredevil sequel to Born Again or whatever, but it has the same vibe as the original. He hasn't missed a beat. That's crazy.
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah. We're not getting that. So thanks for rubbing that salt in that wound. Um,
oh wait, who's Frank Miller again?
Skip says he thought Zenoscope was your favorite publisher, but he says it's definitely Dynamite.
Currently right now because Harris is gone. But for current stuff, Xenoscope is my go-to because they're basically doing what Vampirella was doing in Harris. You know,
Now we all know why Harris is really your favorite because they're famous for doing a book about a certain frog, and you have an affinity for frogs. So
you know
just
what
saying,
though? Sadly,
just saying.
never got that crossover though.
Moving
Sadly,
on. Uh,
to the side.
um, let's see. Evil Black Cat says the name of that book you were thinking about is called Survival Street.
Yep.
Um, and then he says thought bubbles, THOT bubbles. Yeah, no, not those kind of bubbles. Um, and Dominic is here. Hey, Dominic. He says thought balloons need to make a comeback as well. Um, and Evil Black Cat says Frank Miller lost his touch after Sin City. And I say you obviously never read 300. So let's move on to the next great thing we have in store. Tonight's book, The Boys, Volume 4. We got to go now.
Can I
And
guess?
I gotta, gonna, I gotta switch it over for you to be able to see. There you go. All right.
Yeah, this comic book, just going off the cover, you kind of know what you're going to get into. Obviously, this is a play off Animal House.
Yeah, I really dug this cover. And before we dive into this book, which by the way, I think we didn't get a chance to discuss this beforehand, so we'll just discuss it over the air. I think we should parse this book a little bit more loosely tonight, since given the length, um, not be so detailed. If you're okay with that, of course.
That's all right. Yeah, you
Uh,
don't have to sit all the way down on it. We'll go through. That's
um, but this book, I feel like I say it every time, like, oh, it's my favorite boys. I don't know if this is my favorite, but it's one of them. And I think the reason why is because I think it's
Nerdrotics
just
in it.
this book had so much to say. Garth Ennis is writing one of the best satires I've ever read in comics. Like I
Yes.
think, look, I don't want to. I feel like wrong pairing this up to
Oh my
Watchmen,
gosh!
but
Did you just notice that in the bottom right corner? That's Van Halen V.
yeah,
American. Just notice that.
it, it this might be a better satire than Watchmen, and that's really crazy that I'm saying that.
I don't think you're crazy.
I just the Watchmen is great. It's an all-time fantastic book, and I don't want to detract in any way from what Alan Moore did, but I think when it comes to pure satire,
Yeah.
what Garth Ennis is doing here is just he's satiring not just comics but culture as well. And Ronnie says if you had 82 plus minutes for the actual subject of the live stream to be discussed, you win. I'm going to
But
use
what
this
do
as
we
a
win?
I'm going to use this as an example or a time to explain, folks, that this is not the subject of the stream. This is not a boys stream. This is a variety stream of which the boys is the feature of the
The main
variety.
course.
Yeah, so uh, anyone who came here thinking this is always going to be about, or we're just off in the weeds, I apologize for any miscommunication on that. We are trying to have different things that we talk about, not just one single thing, so that if you aren't interested, I mean, we want more interest in it because a lot of people aren't going to be interested in just hearing about this book. Um,
So now I remember watching Neurotic and saying like, that he was in this book, because he's friends with the guy, with either Garth Ennis or the artists. That's supposed to be Nerdrotic there, holding the crate, with the guy.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
like legitimately
if
his
not,
him.
legitimately supposed to be Garth and Nerdrotic Gary. Yeah. The title is clickbait then, it says Mariah.
It's not clickbait. It says featuring. Anyways, um, and Skips says it's maybe better satire, but it's not as well crafted. I don't know, man. I
Y
honestly, I I can see why a lot of people would say that. Watchmen's got 10 issues of succinct story. This has got what what's around 13, 14 volumes now of books. There's much bigger. It's way
uh,
cruder. Like the Watchmen is not and I think this book gets a lot of negative attention because of how crude it is.
thanks, Dominic.
The
Um,
the art is obviously not going to be as good as gosh, I'm drawing a blank at who did the art for. Was it Dave Gibbons that did Watchmen?
I don't know. I'm not a fan of the
Anyways,
Watchmen at all in any form.
no. Um,
This this I wasn't at first either, but then I'm like, wait, like this is basically Garth Ennis, no matter what he
this
writes.
book is
I
a
just can't help but like it.
complete diamond in the rough. I cannot believe as I read these books every week, I'm like, I just
You
expect this
like
to be kind of hokey,
crude?
whatever.
Yeah,
It is
yeah.
crude, but there's depth
That's
in
it.
these books.
Yep.
So we open up and we see these characters. We don't know who they are, and they're unloading
They're like,
weapons. And this
yeah,
is
they're like, what?
they're important.
This,
Let me give a breakdown, and I'll let you talk.
yeah.
Um, these scenes are important, and I didn't realize until the very end of the storyline where
Scene.
this
Yep.
was going. But we see these guys unloading these weapons, and they're just kind of bantering back and forth, and it all comes down to the end is like, oh man, whoever these are for, it's going to be crazy, like this is an arsenal, like, and that's kind of the commentary, and you're just like, okay, what was that all about? And it cuts back to Huey with Starlight in bed, and this is Huey's hotel room. He's still doesn't have a place of his own yet, and he's having some romance, and they're having just some basic sweet talk between each other. And Huey sees the
Um,
male reproductive juice coming through
yes.
the door. It's gross.
And he says, why is there always blood in it?
Yeah, so bad.
um,
This book, by the way, also might be the crudest
but I do
thus
like the
far.
opening. The two guys you're talking about, loading the thing. You're like, oh, what do they need all this firepower for? Like they're like they don't want the M4s. They don't want the M16s. They just want these normal guns. It's just like. Then they want the flamethrower. It's like, who wants to wear a flamethrower? It's cool, yeah, to burn people until someone shoots you. Then you go up in flames. It's like you see it all in the movies. It's like, so I love the little like, kind of like humor. Like that's something you'd see in like in a Star Wars movie probably through Disney or any other movie. I'm sure it's a trope,
Skip
but
says, "Wow, you're feeling it's a better overall book than Watchmen." I don't want to go that far. I think that's, but
I
I
said
just want to put it. I just want to put it in the discussion. That's all I'm saying.
I now me personally, I'm saying it's better than Watchmen. I found Watchmen just absolutely dull and boring. But that's not my opinion. You have
The
your
only
own.
the only point
Listen
that
to your
I'm
own.
trying to make is that this book is a lot more than it
Humor
appears
and
to be.
craft. Yeah,
It
yeah,
appears like it's just a crass, junky book that's going to appeal to people who have gross potty humor, stuff like that. And while that's there, there is a lot of brilliance underlying underneath.
You want to hear? You want to hear when people say that's like, oh, it's just Garth Ennis is hating on supers. It's boring. Blah blah. It's like no, it's actually got a compelling story. I actually liking it. There's more
Yes,
to it
and as a
than
matter
people
of
think it is.
fact, this story, and one of the reasons you hit a nail on the head. We'll get to. We'll put a little bit of pin in that because this is the story that made me change my mind a little bit about what Garth was doing with the boys. Um, so we got us we got a scene here where we cut with after Huey, we cut to the butcher. He's with what's her name in a meeting spot, and she's got her handler out there watching the dog, and he's flirting with her or whatever. And basically, by the time that they're done exchanging information, he's just like, are we gonna get it on or whatever? And of course they do. Then we cut to a backstory with this character Silver Kincaid, who is a member of the G-Men, who are basically the boys' analog of the X-Men. And the whole mystery of this story is going to be basically who killed Silver Kincaid. and they think that she killed herself. That's like the story, and she's got her powers are basically she can compress things, I guess, and so she normally they
Take things
use
in.
her.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
they normally use her as a person to kill soups because she can. Well, for example, one soup she killed, she compressed the person's
Intestine.
heart and
Yeah.
killed him. But they believe that she used her powers on herself, and so the boys are basically brought in. Um, this character's Mallory. Is this Mallory? The
This.
No,
Okay.
Mallory is the old girl in the TV. The TV show really kind of messes with my head because of the way they changed some things.
This is the one that Butcher's been hooking up with the information
Yeah,
from, which
but
would be Mallory in the
it's
TV
not Grace
series.
Mallory. Yeah, the CIA director. I'm just gonna call her the CIA director. And yeah, so Butcher's
Hmm.
having the dialogue, and eventually it's just like, okay, so we're gonna get it on. And dude, this is the ultimate commentary on the bad boy complex. She cannot resist. Like Butcher is so bad to her, but it so turns her on. And yes, it's an exaggerated um, stereotype, but it's done for good purpose here. Like the boys, part of its storytelling relies so much on
But
exaggerated
but
stereotypes to make its
even
points.
that little scene there, meeting in public and then said like, but Butcher, I think he's talking to, I forget who he's talking to later, and I think he's at the bar a couple issues later. That calling back to that scene, she wants him to go after uh these group, like he's like basically remember like Teenage Kicks the last couple issues. Now there's another group like there's East and a West Coast, like they're like basically little the minor league superhero teams. And he says like, she was so like, we normally don't do this, but she was really putting it on. She really, there's something else going on that she's not telling me about. So this whole scene right here, them talking back and forth and all, and like he can tell that she was trying to play him because he doesn't know what the angle is, but he doesn't know there's some sort of angle going on, and he basically went with it. Being the guy he is. So Butcher's not dumb.
Oh
Butcher
no,
is.
Butcher is not dumb. Let me get
I
through
love. Yeah,
the
go ahead.
synopsis part though, and then we'll give
Yeah.
you your time you want to comment. So then we go back to uh, the boys hang out with the different characters. They're talking about the G-men and stuff, and this is Butcher kind of briefing how they need to look into them. And if you remember, Huey had already been given sort of a dossier and to basically some homework to like read up on the G-men before, and so he's kind of just explaining what's going on about like why they're looking in and how this character Nubia had been killed, and how I think they mentioned about how Silver Kincaid was the one brought in, and that crushed her heart. Because apparently Nubia had been, for some reason, had been going off firing lightning bolts near 3 Mile Island, so it was a big wreck that had to be
Yeah.
contained. Um, then we cut over to the Seven's little
Yeah.
flying fortress,
It was
and
awesome.
some Starlight greets some guys are here, basically kind of for a delivery for Maeve, and she's like, what's going on?" And it's like, Lily's like, "Oh, we know the way," and it's clearly just two boy toys for her.
No,
Um,
the Bart Simpson here.
Homelander's getting prank calls, and on the and he's just it's funny. It is very Simpson-esque. Some immature kids
Old
or whatever
Tavern.
keep
Yeah. Yeah.
prank calling him, and he's just like, "What?" And he's losing his cool. Um, and then the thing is, now they're going to infiltrate the boys are going to infiltrate the G-men through one of their subsidiary teams, which is what were they again? The G Wiz,
I think so. Yes.
G Wiz,
Because the G Men are the X Men. The G Wiz are like the X Force
New
or New
Mutants.
Mutants. Yeah, New Mutants. That's what it's a. So
Yeah.
he's infiltrating. He's gonna be Bagpipe.
Yeah. So we get to see Huey as a soup, and his code name is Bagpipe. And yeah, so the G-Men very much in full parody or satire of the X-Men. There's like 7 different teams. There's just like a million
I
of
know,
them.
right?
And it's like as a fan of X-Men and and Marvel comics and things, I found that very funny how they um it was a bit on the nose but funny. And seeing Huey like this, of course, just looks he looks like a clown. So that was the end of this issue. So now, Venkman, give you your opportunity to discuss your comments that you want to do on this one.
Mm, I was just talking about all together, but yeah, for this one though, yeah. Now you're gonna now if you've never read this, going into this book here, going based off the cover, you're gonna notice a lot of different like homages like, to different like or homage, whatever you prefer to call it, to different like things that and so like the Animal House was the cover of this, and then you had like The Simpsons as far as be Bart prank calling Homelander and asking like is there IP freely? He's asking yeah there's just, you have any walls here and it just yeah so there's throughout these issues the next calling issues you're gonna see if you go through it there's little Easter eggs
There's a
you
lot of
know
Americana. I think that's what you're saying, right? They're pulling
yeah
from a lot of Americana to reference in the books, and I think that's one of the things that the boys this series does so well
now
is
the other thing is that I didn't pick up on this until I read it a second time
Mhm.
as you're pay attention to the female through these issues. I remember her and Frenchie did basically said she wasn't gonna kill anymore, and you just kind of see it as it goes on because what they got because basically what they want here when they go in and infiltrate this team, they basically are living in a frat house almost, and she's in the van and she basically wants to basically she's getting the urge to kill.
I think there's something going on with her that I'll explore when
Yeah,
we get to the scene.
yeah,
Um,
but
but I wanted to give you time to comment on the book before we get to the next one. And if and I mean, you did make
there's
some comments, so if you're finished,
my comments were directed towards like, the very first panel that the eating stuff and then how it comes back and later on in couple issues later. So, but
all right, we'll move on. We'll do the. I'll give a
yeah,
synopsis of the next book, and then we'll talk about it. We do our part. What's your excuse? So we cut over to the Animal House, and we see the G Wiz, which is the young team, the that's
the
presumably they're
Mexican
all going to grow up to become G Men, and
Louis.
Huey's infiltrated, and it is just the of course what you'd expect a frat house on steroids. These guys is completely debaucherous. The whole point of this storyline is to show how depraved and debaucherous these characters are, which we kind of know as a theme in the boys. Like all the soups seem to be that way, and
Or
they've never
jackasses,
really
yeah.
explained why that is. And
Not
and in
until now.
this storyline, they kind of give us a peek. So we see a cop. Uh, we see Mother's Milk kind of in town investigating because there was the death of Silverstone Kate. So he's kind of investigating what's going on because obviously there's a lot of things being covered up. So the boys are trying to figure out what's going on. This cop stops him, asks him for his ID. He was the one that had like found the body. Um, and so we cut back to the boy, or sorry, the I'm gonna call it the frat house, but it's the G-men, and it's just more debauchery. These characters, you're starting to get to know the G Wiz characters because it's important who they are, and it's just a lot of it's just a lot of depraved stuff. They have their porn room where they all sit around and watch porn together because they're really gross. Um, then we cut a scene over to back to the legend, and Butcher's having a little bit of a talk with him, and he's kind of thanking him about giving Huey the kind of the inside scoop or whatever, and Legend's asking him, "Are you worried about him?" And he's like, "Oh no, he's a good kid." And they kind of go back and talk about it's like, well, we're not that good. It's kind of funny talking about how we're good when we do the things we do, and then Butcher kind of makes a sense. It's like, well, what we do has no bearing on him. Like just because we're guilty of things doesn't mean he is.
Now pause
Speaking of
right
the
there.
Easter eggs, we see,
Yep. Detective
uh,
Comics.
yeah, we
Yep.
see Terror chewing on a Detective Comics, and this little, the artists I really appreciate doing little things throughout the book, little panels like this that are just kind of fun to notice.
Yeah, the
Um,
very first review we did, a couple episodes back, we talked about how Terror is always just looking funny and he was comic relief.
yeah,
No matter what was going on, he was just like being weird and being funny. So we get
So
to
we
see
cut.
more of this. There,
But
there
hold
you
on.
go.
We cut over to back to the town where Mother's Milk is, and he's buying a big old thing of syrup for some reason.
From Marge
um,
Simpson.
yeah, there's your Marge Simpson behind the counter, um, and it was kind of unclear why that was. We get some more conversation with the cop. The cop, is asking Mother's Milk about working for the CIA and what it's like to be kind of like a spy, and etc. Um, then we cut over to back to Maeve, or sorry, Starlight, who runs into Maeve and she's done with her toys, and she's like, "Oh, I'm done with them, so you can have your turn now," because she expects that Starlight's just as depraved as she is. Um,
And the prank call.
and then there's more prank calls. There's like,
We find out.
what's going
Yeah.
on? It's like weird noise, and then we cut over back to the frat house, and they're like farting into the phone, and literally it's a complete exaggeration of like late teen boys, everything that you can imagine, like Animal House, just but like is disgusting.
Remember, you could withhold your number back in the day
Yeah.
before
Um,
smartphones. Yeah.
so it's completely lewd and juvenile in every sense of the word, but that's part of the point. And Huey serves as the audience's contrast because he's infiltrated as Bagpipe, but he's clearly has
Even
not like these guys.
but
And
even this has a point though, which I love, because they pass the phone to Huey, and when he's going to say something and it'll be funny, Starlight's on the other end, and they both recognize each other's voice.
right. So I was getting to that. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, so we see Starlight here, and she's just like, "Oh, give me that," because she's just like, "You guys are also juvenile," and so Huey's trying to fit in, right? Because he's undercover, and they're like, "Oh yeah, dude, go!" And he looks on the phone, and he he just says, "A Train's a effing cunt," and that's when he didn't realize Starlight was listening, and they're like, "Ah, couldn't be." So little close call there. We go back to Frenchie is playing Scrabble with the female. Um,
I love that
and
he's like, let's play another game. And she's like, paintball. He's like, no, not paintball.
not after last time. Um, so we get some kind of sweet dialogue there, and a lot of these stories that Grant tells, which I really like, is a lot of character development. It's a lot of interpersonal relationships between these people, and it's totally understandable that some people look and go, "Well, these are just disgusting people." I get it, but they come across, while extremely stereotypical in many cases, as real. They come across with like multi-dimension. They're multi-dimensional, I guess is what I should say. um, so
So we see,
they're there as like backup for Huey. Basically, like if he gives word that he's in trouble or whatever, they're like the cavalry. So they're just sitting in a van and they're bored out of their minds.
but I want to point out real quickly that she's getting tired of being waiting in the van doing nothing.
Yeah.
See how she grabs a van, but also look at that. There's a Batmobile, the '66 Batmobile. They're driving in.
So we get a scene next where Huey's on the road with the G-men because they got to go to the main. Sorry, not the G-men, the G-Wiz. They're going to the G-men's uh, headquarters, but their home, uh, where the G-men are, because they're
The
being called
mansion.
because of the funeral for Silver Kincaid, who was found dead. She was one
Also,
of the original.
there's hints though. That's a real key thing though that they Huey is an outsider. The rest of them, they all grew up in like wealth. They all grew up in a mansion. So they were really trying to find themselves by living in that frat house. So that's a key to what's going on. What we talked about before, as far as what Vought's been doing.
Right, haven't got
Continue.
to that part yet, but
Yeah.
yeah. So basically, Huey's just asking some questions about him, like what's it like being G-man or whatever, because he's kind of an outsider, and they're like, oh yeah, it's all cool, whatever. They're just telling him the what kind of what the expectations are, kind of calming him down. It's not a lot of seeming depth to this moment, but they arrive at the G mansion, and then we get to
Gonna.
see um, the G-men themselves. They come out, and you can see some of the obvious X-Men references. The guy in the background looks
Cyclops,
a lot like Colossus. There's obviously like I
Wolverine,
think the
uh,
Wolverine one is funny because instead of claws, he uses
Iceman,
hammers.
Rain, Nightcrawler, Angel. Supposed to be the one up on the right side. Then it looks like Rogue or in the bottom back left, and then
Yeah, that looks like
either
it could be Rogue. We have a
and the guy
Cold
with the
Snap
long
is
hair.
probably Iceman.
Yeah.
Then the leader of the
On
team,
the back,
the leader of the
yeah.
team is 5-0,
Yeah.
which is like a cop
Cyclops.
guy, but he's got the goggles. It's not a one for one copy, which I'm glad because that'd be too on the nose. But it's enough to make you go, oh yeah, it feels kind of like X-Men. This guy here, his name is Goldakin, I think something like that. And so that's why
Okay.
it's the G-Men instead of the X-Men, X-Men, Xavier. It's G-Men. Anyways, you get the point. And so that's the end of this issue. So now we can go back and talk about the details of any particular scenes um, that you wanted to explore.
Not much. I mean, it just Huey's basically dealing with his own problems. Mother Milk is trying to figure out the who this silver person is, why she was there. Is someone going around killing off the G-men? What's going on, or something like that? They're just trying to get down to it. They were told to investigate by Mallory or whatever her name is. So yeah, I mean, so it was kind of cool to see some of the stuff. I'm always looking for Easter eggs, looking in the background and stuff. There's a guy who's we find out that guy who's in there in the bottom left corner has been there like the past several teams. They originally told him to go break into a zoo and try to steal a cheetah. End up mauling up his face. Nobody knows who he is. But he's kept there. It's their responsibility as each person moves in to take care of the guy. So we have
Yeah.
no idea what that person's supposed to be or what. Is it Doctor Doom? I don't know.
Yeah, he's a guy that's just been. They say he's been here forever. No one even like knows his name. Um, and as you grow up in the
But
G Wiz, you become a G man. And so
I
they're
do
kind
love
of
this
the
scene.
next batch.
I do love the scene though. The talk between the legend and Butcher shows that he really cares about Huey. You can
Yes.
tell he's kind of concerned. So,
I never got understood why the syrup. Why was
uh, Canadians maybe Wolverine. I don't know.
it was like a tank of syrup.
Yeah,
Um,
they never use it for anything really.
yeah, he did. Mother's Milk just says, "Dude, I know is going to go through it in a week," and I was like, "Oh, okay." Um, so I don't remember. Maybe it'll be used in the future. Um, yeah, this was a lot of just setup in this. A lot of characterization for these kids, and it's really important actually as we're going to come to see, and as the story builds, we can go on the next issue. Um, I thought this was a cool variant cover. Pretty disgusting, but cool.
What's
Um,
Butcher doing?
no, it's like
It's just laying there.
um, so we're now at the G. Actually, this is not the G-Man house. This is the CIA guy. Remember that was in the Russian story. That's obviously
Yeah,
very
yeah.
powerful.
And talk
And
to one of the
then
VOD guys. Yeah.
one of the big heads of Vought. I'm not sure what his name is, but they're having a conversation. And one of the interesting things too I like about this book is the some of the cryptic nature of what's going on. A lot of things aren't clear up front as you're reading it. You're like, what the heck's going on? And then as the book goes through, you go, oh, okay. So I think like when you read it through a second time, which I haven't done yet, it sounds like you have, things start to piece together more because you're like, oh, I know where this is going. I know this makes more sense now. And I do enjoy when books are like that. And these two are basically having a question or a conversation, and which has to do kind of with the G-men and keeping basically things in order, not letting things get out of control. I think if I
The one
remember
the one
correctly, they're worried about what's his name, Goldkin.
Goldberg, yeah, Goldkin, because he basically doesn't work for Vought, but he handles kids for them
Right.
for
He's
Vought.
kind of an interesting situation. He's like an outsider that somehow got Compound V or got kids with Compound V and we're raising him.
Orphans,
So
yeah.
he's kind of like outside of the normal Vought internal system, but
Yeah, they
yet
need
he's
an
so
orphanage,
successful.
and
They're
basically,
like,
yeah.
they talk about how the G-men are they're more successful than even the Seven as far as like
Now,
making money.
I like the whole thing with the waiter though. this blows my mind. How crude this is. They both say thank you to the waiter, and he's like, "You're welcome, sir." Like, there's nothing else than that. For being how crude this book is, like that was just so weirdly out there. Whether this like this saying thank you to the guy, he's like, "Oh, you're
Mhm.
welcome." I was just like, "This is just too polite. What's going on?"
These are high
But
society guys.
I know.
Um,
Uh,
yeah. So this character, what was his name? Forgot- I couldn't
Warhawk,
remember.
I think. I
Hammerhawk.
think it's Hammerhawk. Yeah, Hammerhawk because he has hammers in
I
hand.
just thought that was hilarious. I'm like, it's obvious he's like a Wolverine analog, but he's got hammers instead of claws.
Yeah,
Uh,
he's supposed to be Savage Wolverine.
um, yeah. They're like, don't look him in the eye, dude.
He just
Um,
says gonna.
actually, this is a yeah. So we're in the same issue. Never mind.
Yeah,
This was throwing me off too. As I was they were doing like the we're, gotta go part three,
prequel.
but we're already in the middle of an issue. Um,
Yeah,
so the G-men are kind of confronting Huey because they don't know who he is, and that's the whole thing. Is like Huey's got to fit in. Part of the thing is like, is this story gonna work? And Butcher explained previously that like uh that it's gonna with the bureaucracy, it's gonna take at least a couple days before even anyone even looks at the paperwork and stuff. So they're being surveilled by the female and Frenchie, and they're just paying attention, watching what's going on, listening in. Um, and Goldkin kind of just introduces himself and is talking to Huey,
Hu-
and Huey's like, "I got my papers right here," and whatever.
yeah.
And he's like, "Oh, I'm sure everything's
Huey
fine."
Huey's job was basically to get into this mansion so he could place bugs. That was the whole entire goal for this series. Or I mean, not the series,
Correct.
but
That's
the
yeah. Thanks for bringing that up. That's the objective
yeah,
of why he was infiltrating, is because they had
yep,
lost all their bugs, and they're not able to monitor these guys like the Seven. So
yep.
Huey's got infiltrated, and he's just trying to fit in. And again, now we're getting introduced to these other characters, and you can see here he's planting a bug. Um, and now it's last issue was the G Wiz. This issue is the G Men. Um, and we're just going on through that. Um, Butcher has a conversation with MM about Silver Kincaid and what's going on with his research. Um, and
Oh,
he has
this scared me because he hands him here's food. I'm like, is this guy gonna drug him? Because at first he called to double check who went credentials before.
well, that's right. This
So
is
I'm
not a
like,
scene with Butcher yet. This is a scene with the cop
no,
who that he met on the
yeah,
street, and the cop is working with him, and the cop's just trying to give him uh, a I don't know if a peace offering or whatever. He's like, hey, I got some lunch, and the cop's kind of interested because he's just a small town cop, and he's like, I always wondered what it'd be like to be, you know, on the CIA or whatever, and
he talks about Butcher. How it doesn't say Butcher, but he says this guy got saved my ass in the war, and I kind of need something that point my direction. And doing this helps me, you know, keeps me on track because I'm good at it.
right. And so the cop thinks it's like that's all like, oh, it's a kind of like a sexy life or whatever. He's like, I don't see myself being that, but I was kind of wondering what it's like. And then MM's just tells him, he's like, let me put it this way: that woman that bled out in front of you, that's that's what it's like. And she's like, oh. Um,
Yeah.
and then we
So
cut
he's
back over to Huey back at the
back.
mansion, and he's planting bugs in the bathroom. And who comes out but zombie Nubia, who was the one Kincaid killed. And we all know about the resurrection process.
Up on
And she's just like,
VS.
kill me. And he's freaked out. And he's like, what? And then we see Frenchie and the female are he's on alert because they're like, oh shit, do we need to hit the button? What's going on? And then all of a sudden the G-men or no, the G-Wiz show up, and they're like, "Oh shit, what's going on?" And this was not supposed to be happening. This girl was supposed to be secret, and so now Goldkin and the G-Men show up, and he's like, "Oh, this is disappointing. Like you've discovered the secret," type trope that you normally see.
But then Huey screws the pooch by saying, "Oh, I know about Compound V zombies." If he's a recruit, he's not supposed to say that though. But obviously, they don't
Yeah,
react to that.
right. Well, you're jumping the gun a little bit, but yeah, he does say that. We don't
This
know that
issue,
he's
yeah.
screwing the pooch quite yet. He just makes a comment.
Well,
Um,
if you're interested, you want everyone to say you know about that. You should act surprised. But
or I guess. Yeah, right. I mean, it's part of the story. They don't reveal that yet. Um, and he's just like says to Goldkin, he's like, "Well, no disrespect or nothing, but if why do you keep her?" And he says to her, back to Huey, "Well, because she's my little girl, just like the rest of them. They're my children, every last one." And then kill me. And so Huey's just like doesn't know what to think. You know, we cut back to this weirdo guy
He
who's at his
likes.
computer doing stuff,
Remember, this
and
guy
this.
likes wheelchair girls.
Oh
It's
yeah,
his fetish.
and
And the Russian thing,
so
yeah,
some
using the Russian.
sexy wheelchair girl comes up and she's throwing rocks at the window, gets his attention, comes down, and it's like, "How can I help you?" And she just says, "I want you to make it all big and put it in my mouth." You're just like, "What?"
I
We'll
know, right?
come back to that. Then Huey is walking around in the in the
Cover, cover
in
your
the
eyes, Marania.
in the frat house. Yeah, cover your eye. And they're in the porn room. Or no, this is the
The jerk, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
no, this is the frat house.
Yeah,
Um,
he's in the frat house.
yeah,
They have over 2,000 DVDs of porn. They have
and
animals,
they're all
bestiality, all.
watching porn and
They jerk each
stroking each
other off.
other off, and Huey's just like, they're like, "Oh man, come on in." He's just like, he's like, "No, I think I'll have an early night." And Huey's
He's
just
like, oh,
like,
yeah.
as
He's like
disgusting it is to look in the comic, imagine how
walking into
would be
that.
in real life if you were actually Huey. You're just-
Now the thing is, he's like, holy crap, that was straight porn too when they're jerking each other off.
right. That
Yeah.
was straight porn. Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't actually catch that. Um,
Now, yeah, this
so
was funny too because
we cut into the alley. Let me just get through it all so we can.
uh,
Um, we cut to the alley. The little computer guy who has a thing for the girls. He's trying to get it off. He can't. He's got erectile dysfunction. She eventually is like, whatever. Just gets up and walks away. And she's like, "Tell your friend we could refund me." And we're like, "Friend?" He's like, "What?" He's like, "Damn it!" And he goes back upstairs, and then he finds his computer's gone. And he's like, "Oh no!" And then we cut to Butcher walking away with the goods, and he's just giggling because we know now that Butcher's the one that paid the girl and to get the info he needs. And that's the end of this issue. So thank you for waiting for me patiently, RDV. We can go
it's
back and
monkey, isn't
discuss
it?
the points.
Isn't that monkey? The guy has
Monkey?
a thing. The guy has a thing for wheelchair girls. Remember the last during the Russian thing, he was watching the handicap roller derby, whatever it was,
Probably. My
races.
memory is not as sharp as it used to be, but probably, yeah.
Now, who is that supposed to be based off? That's supposed to be based off of like one of the Baldwin brothers, bottom left.
Could be. I don't know for
Yeah.
sure, but um, did you have any points though you wanted to? I just wanted to get through the whole synopsis, and then we could
No,
talk about.
I'm pretty much good. Yeah.
Um,
It is funny though that the hammer, whatever his name is, guy has hammer's hands instead of have supposed to be Wolverine. Instead of having like knives, he has a hammer blades. So they just did the opposite.
so the story at this point, as I was reading through it, I didn't really know where it was going. It was just a lot of information. It wasn't really coming together for me yet as the story. It was just funny situations, interesting character development.
Phrasing, phrasing there, bro. Coming together and you show you go past the guys jerk each other.
um, I just have a thing for terror. By the way, I don't even like bulldogs, but that dog cracks me up.
Yes, I can't wait till yeah, this is awesome here. Look at Nubia's alive. She's doing stuff. So Silver.
This is actually it looks like it was. This is like a classic cover homage. I can't remember what
X
cover. If
Men,
you guys know in the chat what the cover this is an homage to, let me know.
Uncanny
Um,
X Men somewhere.
yeah, I think it's an Uncanny X-Men.
Or running towards each other.
Yeah, I think it's like where was the old X-Men versus the new X-Men. There was a cover like I can't remember off the top of my head.
Kind of looks like here's Captain America. Here's your
I
next
do love this alternate cover. This is great. This is
yeah.
Gary Leach. Um, not Captain America. Would that be Soldier Boy? I don't know who
No,
that
it's
is.
star on his forehead. Look at it's blue.
Yeah, but Captain America doesn't have red on his mask.
If it's bloody. But they
That's not no. That's
also, do you think they really couldn't actually put, the full thing on there without being sued?
No, that's why I'm
That's why.
saying, like, wouldn't it
Yeah,
isn't Soldier Boy Captain America in this world?
not that I know of. I don't think so. I think the Pixel said they changed them for the
Oh, did they?
show.
Okay. Well, we haven't seen that character yet anyway, so so we go back to the frat house and it's these kids, man, they're just amped up on like so the debauchery. And the book is really hammering it home to you on it. And it comes to a point. There's a reason why it's really
Why
hitting it hard.
there's a there's a reason why they act the way they act
Yeah,
too.
yeah, we'll get that's on
Yeah,
so Huey's checking in with Butcher. Um
this is hilarious. So he's like, I didn't get a. Here's a damn cat kept me up. We didn't get did a no, a wink of sleep at all. He says he's supposed to be like, when in truth he's actually up on the roof though. He says he's in bed.
right.
Huey went to go. Maybe he went to go meet up with his girlfriend rendezvous arranged by Frenchie. There and then basically Butcher says the cat. He's like, Terror, fuck it.
Just look at just take a look at Tara's face.
I know. Terry's like, yes.
um So we got to go now.
Um,
Part four. We got Goldkin welcoming the G-Men again. This is a big kind of memorial for
yeah,
Silver Kincaid,
yep.
and
They got
all the G teams are going to be there. And we're starting to find
yeah,
out that there's not a lot
they
of
hate each other.
love. They all kind of hate each other. Um, and yeah, this is all kind of banter between the characters.
I
Um,
wasn't sure because there's West Coast and an East Coast. I was supposed to be like making fun of the Avengers. West Coast Avengers, East Coast Avengers.
no, there was G Coast was one of them, and then there was I can't remember the other name, but I didn't think this would had anything to do with the Avengers. This is all X-Men kinda influence to me.
And
So,
then you get to see how actually like how much Huey's actually like his girlfriend is actually a 10. He's like a 3.
uh,
These done well.
well, dude, if your girlfriend is that, are you really a 3 anymore?
Well,
So, it's a different
depends.
artist, as you can clearly see
Yeah,
here than the
yeah.
normal, so, um, I don't know, it kinda worked for me 'cause I feel like this artist draws female figure a little better, um,
Yep.
but so, yeah, we get some love making and again, some more relationship building between Huey and, Starlight, and she kind of explains, like, where she's from and kind of her some of her backstory, and again, it's all building her character. Um,
There's a cat.
and we
There's
got the
Terror.
cat. He wasn't
And
really
then you
lying
hear
about the.
and then you hear the He's like about bleeding time.
Uh, that's a funny
Now
scene. So
now they don't
Butcher
tell us yeah, what's up
Butcher
with
is
here though.
looking at the hard drive that took from that guy, and we get this scene here where he's just like his eyes open and he drops his coffee. He's like Jesus effing, and then we cut to MM, who's now going to this cabin, and I really like this scene. This is a very heartfelt scene where he shows up and he's talking to this guy and he's trying to explore because when
The girl yeah.
when the girl that died, Silverson Cage, she mentioned Uncle Paul, and he has explained earlier in the story about how he can't find someone named Silver Kincaid that wouldn't be in the records, so he's looking for someone who might be named Paul. He comes across this guy and he's talking. The guy doesn't want to talk to him, and he's like, "Well, I'll just talk to you through the door. You can listen if you want." And he kind of gives his whole story, which gets the guy to let him in because he kind of makes it like personal, and gives the guys like he want you to tell me yourself what was going on. We cut back to Huey and um, God, I'm just always Starlight. They're just having their little adventure. She kind of reveals a hint that she's more than who she is, and
Yep.
you kind of get the feeling that she wants to tell Huey that she's a superhero because she starts asking like, "How do you feel about superheroes?" And Huey, of course, plays dumb. He's like, "Oh, they're whatever. I don't think about them much." Blah blah blah. And she keeps
Yeah, he plays
pressing, and
dumb.
it's very much that sort of
Yeah.
like, "I don't really want to tell you, but I want to test the waters and see how you feel about it." And then they hop a fence, and Huey kind of bends over to give her a lift, and she's like, "Nope, no need." And
I felt like he actually like gave an honest answer about the super cell. He didn't really sugarcoat it. He did lie to her about his job, but he basically supers. He doesn't hate supers, and plus being with these group kids.
Correct. Yeah,
Yeah,
he didn't give her a line of beans, but he was mostly speaking truth, but he also wasn't being forthcoming, I guess.
truth.
Um, and so as weird as it is, he doesn't seem to suspect that she's a superhero. he,
Nope.
he has a hard time climbing over the fence. Um, and they're going, I guess, to look for the train, and again, they're just having more discussion. I'll skip past that. We cut back to the G mansion,
See,
and
the
this
brown
is
people arrived.
yeah,
It's so
because I
sad.
think it's the G Coast, and I can't keep track of all these teams, but I
Gee
guess like
whiz.
two of the teams are
Yeah,
like kind of more like inner city, so
yeah.
stereotypically they're full of brown skinned people, and there's not really like real racism in the book, but there is a little bit of like
Bigotry is real quick.
stereotyping and
Yeah.
just yeah, and then there's definitely bad blood between uh some of the characters, and they just don't get along. Um,
All right, mate.
and
How
so
you
yeah,
doing, man? These
Butcher.
balls.
Oh, jeez. Some of these scenes, they're just I don't know. It's good. They're like a breath of fresh air breaks in between some of the more
Okay.
like the deeper
Now,
scenes. But this does have a point because you get the like, oh look, he's interacting with the dog, and this is kind of funny. But the main point of the scene is that Butcher apparently punched through his monitor. Whatever he
so
saw really upset him. Um,
I think I have
and
no idea what it is, but you won't hear about it till like a couple hundred more issues over towards the
And
end.
he tells Terry, he's like, "Ah, well, Billy might have to kill some stupid cunt. That's all. Just give him a belly rub." And that's the end of that issue. So, what stood out about here that you liked?
Apart from the cheesecake, I mean, actually, like, this is a actually fully fleshed out story, and no pun intended on the flesh.
This is your favorite
Uh,
scene, isn't it?
I whiz, dude, I'm whizzing on G whiz.
Mm.
No, the out of everything in here is like I was great to see that Terror got his own little moment here too. Like for everybody hates cats, the cat got screwed by the pooch. No, it's you said it was great to see more advancement in the plot as far as sub characters. Huey advances relationship with her, getting close to where they they're gonna find out that each other and I think it's the next issue that when Huey's talking to Butcher, he starts talking about I think it's at the end. That's what it is. Yeah, we'll save that for later.
My favorite
But
was definitely the scene with
this
Mother's Milk. Mother's Milk is not
is a
exactly the
very
same as he in the show, but
no. Well,
both
kind of.
versions. No, it's kind
Right.
of. I mean, you can definitely see similarities, but both versions I love. Like they're like one of my favorite characters in the show, and also in the comic version of him. He's the most human to
Con-
me. Um,
Consider it.
he's considerate, but he's just everyone else. Even like the boys, you could call the good guys, but they still have their own like demons. Mother's Milk, I don't know. He just feels the most human, but to a degree. Um, Huey does as well, but Huey also has a lot of naivete, right? So
Yeah.
Huey has that sort of innocence of like he's just discovering this world where MM is like fully buried in it, but yet he's still retained seemingly his
He's a
humanity.
and also the fact that they said they showed the Detective Comics being eaten by terror. He's pretty much being Batman. He's hunting down. He's detective work.
Yeah, he's doing the detective work here, and I just wanted to cover the scene real quick because, like I said, this was my favorite part,
Yeah.
probably of the whole series. Like, and it's just a guy talking to a guy through a door. But the dialogue was really cool. Is Mr. Wilhelm, can you? No. Okay. I know it's hard on you talking about it after so long, but I got no choice. I got to ask these questions. Now I can't hear you moving, so I'm guessing you're standing right by the door. I'm just going to talk, and you listen if you want to. Investigation I'm running hit a wall. Trying kind of a new angle here. I've been looking at anyone that ever lived in Cranbrook and went with the name Paul. Checking the files, trying to find anything out of the ordinary that they might have done, might have happened to them. And we see the cop talking, blah, blah, blah. You lived here your whole life, right? So it ain't gonna come as no surprise. I tell you, I got no sleep last night and still come up with nothing. Till I got back as far as 82 when Cranbrook Sheriff's Department come here to inform you of the death of your younger brother, found in a Tucson motel. Coroner's report, notification from local PD, all that. Mr. Wilhelm, can you tell me why Paul went all the way to Arizona? Can you tell me why he got shot? And he hits a nerve, and Wilhelm lets him in. And then, oh, stupid thing. Cut forward. Oh, we don't get to that part yet. Okay, so
Yeah.
that scene will carry on in future issues. It's the whole time that he's there that I really like, this conversation with Wilhelm. Um, so we'll get more to that in the next issue, which is 27. And here's a Steve Dillon cover. There is I thought there was a Dave Gibbons cover going here. Taquita's wife, Jackie, has joined the chat. Hello, Taquita's wife. Uh, so where were we here? Did you know who this guy was? Oh no, so this is the scene I'm talking about. Here we go.
Yeah,
Perfect.
yeah, yeah.
Perfect. Um, so he's talking to Wilhelm. He was the other one with her. Took her to Cranbrook for an ice cream. Loved spending time with her. She truly lit him up. He said before she ever come along, he never had any interest in kids, but now he was going to find a girl and start a family of his own. Said if being an uncle was this much fun, he couldn't wait to be a father. Uncle Paul. Yeah. Took her for ice cream. Like I say, place was called DeSano's. It's long gone. It's a souvenir store now. Paul said that he forgot his change, went back inside, left Grace on the sidewalk with her ice cream. Said he couldn't have been longer than 30 seconds. But when he comes outside, she was gone. And we and we never and we none of us saw her ever again. What did sheriff's department say? That they'd do everything they could, that nobody saw nothing and nobody knew nothing. Eventually that was all there was to say. You could have carried on going through them files you talked about. You'd have found the missing persons report. Would have found Paul's name mentioned in it. This would have been about 2 years before he died. I guess I kind of outsmarted myself there. Mr. Wilhelm, do you have a picture of your daughter? I thought it was Paul you came here to talk about. Part of a bigger investigation following a lot of different threads. I appreciate your help. She has white hair. Yes, she does. Was she what scared her brother so bad? Oh, sorry, scared so bad her white hair, or sorry, her hair went white overnight. Had a pony go crazy on her when she was riding it. She would have been about 8. Damn things ran her 5 miles before I could catch it. Only way it did affect her, though, was she was like the sun shining in the morning. She was so full of life. So full of life.
I feel like it's
Her-
it's, it's supposed to be the other way around. Had a pony first, then read the other part.
I guess it could be. I might have
Yeah,
put
I
poor
know. I'm
lettering.
just
But
it's weird how they read it. So
um, her being taken,
Gallant.
it killed us. Left us dead, but walking around anyhow so many years stretching out ahead we didn't want no part of. I still believe it's how the cancer got into Anna, my wife, and it just tore me and Paul apart. I try not to blame him. It could have happened to any of us. You'd think how you would turn your head a second, figured she'd still be there when you look back. But I couldn't even look at Paul without thinking the thoughts that came to me. He had the same thoughts, eating him up from inside out. One day, about a year after it happened, he got in his car and drove off and never came back. Year after that, the sheriff come to year after that, the sheriff come by to tell me that they found him dead in Arizona. I'm sorry. I apologize for troubling you with this. I'll find my way out. It killed us. This is the family place we used to farm it together, Paul and me, but that was nearly 30 years ago. You still farm? No. What do you do? I don't know. And in a vacuum, I can see maybe that scene doesn't make a ton of sense. But I just thought about the humanity, first of all, of Mother's Milk going through this. And it's a tragedy in the greater aspect of the boys.
So now I know
Silver,
that.
so because Silver Kincaid is Soup, we know this daughter, she went missing, but these two are brothers, and her going missing, just the way that the story that's underlying the story here, the bigger story is the investigation of Mother's Milk kind of figuring out what happened to this girl. But inside, he discovers the story of these two brothers and how one ended up having to commit suicide because he had his brother's daughter out and they were getting like ice cream or something. He walked away for 30 seconds and she's gone, and it destroyed their family. He like it's like that line says like I couldn't look at him without having the thoughts that I had. And
Yep.
to me, that like it just struck me like a hammer. I was like, damn, like just it really hit me in the feels. It's so much going
Also,
on, and it's just a basic. I'll give you a second. Um, that Mother's Milk, like he walks into, like not much is happening. Just two guys standing around talking, and it's such a powerful, emotional, human story. And like I said, that's really what The Boys is to me. Is there's a lot of crudeness out there. It's a lot of like, oh my God, over the top violence and sex and different things, but that's not the point of the book. This is not a pornography book. This isn't this is a book about speaking about humanity. And part of humanity is a lot of the ugly side. There's so much ugly in humanity. And this particular story speaks so much to it. And it'll get more to it in a bit. But go ahead and say what you were going to say.
well, I said now this puts another nail in the coffin theory because they're trying to figure out more about these kids and all that stuff that Huey's with. They had said they grew up in a mansion and stuff. They're all orphans. Well, that puts a nail in the theory that they're all orphans because if she was part of the G-Men, uh, the X-Men group, the main group, Silver was, and now we know that she was kidnapped.
Yes, that's what it definitely, yeah. That's where that's the first tipping point that we're
And you
actually
talk, you
getting to
talk,
the resolution.
we go for that heartbreaking moment to someone throwing up on their boobs.
Yeah, so it's now St. Patty's Day and more debauchery and the
Aren't
Gee
you
Whiz,
homesick? Yeah, yeah. He's like,
they
I'm
make fun
Scottish, you
of
idiot. Oh,
yeah. They
yeah.
don't understand the difference between Irish and Scottish. Um and then we find Butcher in a bar with this guy, and some partiers walk in and he's like, "Get the fuck out. We don't want anyone, no Irish." And they're like, "But you're Irish." Like, "I don't give a fuck. Get out of here." And so apparently this is not a place for a bunch of wankers. So
Threw
they
an axe at him too. I
um
didn't notice at first. I was like, dang. I was like, oh, then I realized, oh, it's like, yeah,
now this seemed to be a little bit of a touch about alcoholism because
yeah,
the bartender doesn't drink, and I noticed in this Butcher doesn't drink. He's drinking a club soda. And they
yeah.
start making some insinuations about like the demon kind of coming out. Um, and I thought that was interesting. They don't really spell it out. They just l- do some implications. But we cut back to the more partying. Huey
And
comes
then we
across
get
a
the golden
scene.
shower.
Comes across a scene where they're peeing on one of their butts. Um, and it's gross. It's
Oh,
really
it is gross.
gross.
It's listen to the smell and everything.
Yeah, he's like wasted. We go back to the bar. Yeah, this is the scene. So Huey finds his way over to the bar, and this is where there's a talk here where Huey's basically saying, if I remember, if this is the part where he's saying like, there's something different about these kids. Like they're not the same like soups. Like, um, is this am I getting the scene right?
It's where Huey's basically talking about they're not all bad.
Yeah.
But I
Um,
do like the beer. It says "fuck off" in the foam.
oh, that's right. Yeah. Um,
And he's like Huey. You did your job. You planted the bugs in there. It's time for you to leave. It's like you can't. It's like you don't fall in love with a stripper. You did the deed. Now it's time to leave.
Yeah, he's
And he
like, "I've
says,
been talking to a couple of the Gee Whiz lads. I wish I
yeah,
could have spent a bit more time with them. I was starting to wonder if someone maybe done a number on them, or maybe it's more than what's no been done. It's like they no been taught to any boundaries. They think that their bodies and other folks are just toys. I mean, they've enough sense know to get caught in public, but they've never been given any idea of what's sexually appropriate. And that's when Butcher's like, "Oh, blimey, Huey, what have you been up to?" And this is where you kind of see that Huey, he has a heart, and he's like, "Yeah, these
Yes.
are like these kids are doing like wrong thing, but it's not all their fault. They were
The
raised."
connection this is the connection to the show where Huey's all about like they're not all bad and Butcher being like, dude, I know better than you. But he's gonna let Huey do what Huey does, you know.
Right. So Huey realizes that these kids are being brought up in like a farm system, and that they're being made bad. And that maybe they can be rescued before that. They don't have to grow up to become the soups that Butcher knows. And yeah,
Now
you're right. Butcher like is like, okay, well you do uh what you're gonna do. Um
there's something else too. He told me, Mother's Milk told me about a Homelander was born in or a legend, or but he also said there's something in here. I think this conversation he says like, you had somebody like a way into the seven. You know? Yeah, here. What do you mean when you said we had access to the seven? He doesn't know that Butcher knows that his girlfriend Annie is super. So
yeah.
Butcher kind of like plays it off and deflects.
He says there was
Yeah,
something else. He told me about how Homelander was born, uh not that shite about landing on a rocket, the truth. A V'd
yeah.
up fetus implanted in a woman, killing her at birth. And then Butcher just stares. Gonna be a question anytime soon? Then looks at him. Huey's like, no, no, there's no, forget it. And this is where it's alluding, okay, there's blood, there's something here personal with the Butcher. And Huey's just
Yep.
tipped, the iceberg.
Here we
Um,
go.
so yeah, so the G the the G Coast. I can't remember one of all the teams are now. Everyone's all fighting. They all hate each other. Um, and
G
yeah,
Coast
there's
and then then there's the G Cool. Wasn't it like is that what it was?
yeah, or cool too. I don't remember.
Too cool.
It's too cool. Um, but God, there's so much that going on in this book. It's like it's hard to. I don't want to be. If I'm too thorough, be here all night. But if I feel like I'm skipping over. Um,
Well, Butcher also says is like is the problem with you Huey you're because you're starting to become more American the way you're thinking. And because Butcher says you've been over here too long, that's why you're starting. And this the whole talking the whole entire thing about how St. Patty's Day and stuff being celebrated by Britain's Day. It's like and Butcher says like it's like oh look at us we invented America and look what the shit they done to it. You know? Yeah,
yeah, Butcher's telling him it's got fuck all to do with Ireland, mate.
yeah. For
And
this is
Huey's
another.
like, oh, I. And Butcher says, yeah, it's all to do with America. He's like, look at me. I'm Irish. I've got my own special day. I've got culture and history and a big fucking gang. I've got all these things that make me different from you. Or Italian, or Latino, or African, or Korean, or Chinese, or Japanese. Because the bleeding world will end if someone gets the three of them mixed up. And let's not forget the all-time classic, "Oh, I'm 1/8 Cherokee," which which I laughed out
Oh,
loud because that's the
Elizabeth
Elizabeth
Warren.
Warren reference. And
But I'm glad they said Latino, not Latinx. Thank
right,
you
he's
very
like,
much.
"Yeah, that right? Well, that's funny because you sound all like Yanks to me." And Huey's kind of still processing this. And he's like, "You sound like the people that grew up watching the movies, and that suits me down to the ground." "Aye, but it's different for you though, isn't it?" "How so?" "Well, I mean, you're English. You spent the last 1,000 years kicking the shit out of everybody else. You've fuck all left to prove to anyone. True. On the other hand, we did start America. It's just the one thing that's always wound me up about the septics. I mean, if you're that desperate to be that different from the bloke who lives next door." And then they're just walking. He's like, I don't know. Oh, look at that. What's that? He was like, what? It's a green plastic bowler hat filled with sick. Point exactly. Happy St. Patrick's Day, Huey. And it's gross, but there's like a poetic nature to that scene about commercialism,
The
um,
melting
a-
pot.
and imperialism that America is kind of infected with, right? Like w- we have borrowed like so many things, and I'm not trying to get on a cultural appropriation thing. I don't give two craps about that. I think absolutely appropriate it whatever you want, but we've lost sight about like what's important. It's all about hedonism, right? And it's just all about self-serving and whether it's your own personal enjoyment or just putting yourself better than other people, and that's where we kind of get some of the sick debauchery that this book is really famous for um, playing up.
Yep.
Did you have any other things before we moved on to the next one? Any scenes that you wanted to
Just so
cover?
that we can stop looking at the puke
Stop
and the
looking.
pee.
Okay. Okay. Gross.
I know, right?
All
Moving
right. So
on.
this is a pretty telling cover here. Seeing Huey uh, on the ground all beat up. So we're like, oh no, what's gonna happen? Um, and here's the Dave Gibbons cover. So for our boy Skip, who thinks Dave Gibbons is a lot better than the main artist, which I'm not gonna disagree with. There's a Dave Gibbons cover for you. All right, so we got CIA guy having some discussions. Um, People are talking about the background about uh,
The file gets here. It's
what-
basically Huey's been outed.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, this is like what's going on, and then he's talking to.
Oh,
This
this
is the
guy, he's
part
like,
you had mentioned. Okay, yeah, this is right. That's
yeah,
the part you had mentioned earlier about when Huey effed up.
yep.
Um, and
But
this is
first though, he's talking to the guy, the G-Man guy leader. He's like, I told you, no more kids anymore. You're done. And
right,
you'll
and
find
so
out later on
he's
what's
like
going on.
shh because
Yeah.
the kids are there. And then he's like, "Are you training up another pre-whiz?"
Yeah, no for
Um,
you is.
so this is Godolkin talking
Yeah.
with the big Vought guy. Um,
Yep. Yep.
and so they're going back, and basically the big point of this is that the Vought guy is looking into the bagpipe file
Yep.
and realizes that there's something wrong with Huey, and we get the
Well, you recognize him. You recognize him right from the Russian thing. You recognize the
oh yeah,
boys.
maybe that's true. Oh, that's right, because that's the Russian. Good eye there, Mankman. I didn't even
That's
catch the sign in the
that's the guy who was.
background.
Well, yeah, that's the guy who was actually meeting with little Nina. Remember?
Yeah, but I didn't know that he had interacted with Huey that he'd recognize him on sight. But he's looking at a picture on his computer next,
The boys.
and
Yeah.
it's the Russian lettering in the background, so you know.
Yep.
So he puts two and two together, and he's like, "You're fired." So we cut to the funeral. We got to go part 6, and of
They're
course,
all
look at
just
they're
passing blunt
passing the
around.
blunt around at the um
Like, what are
and
you
a
talking
bunch
about?
of dialogue.
Resurrection? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. What were you gonna say about resurrection?
No, yeah. The one guy says like, what are you talking about? Resurrection? Like, this guy's giving a speech. The main guy comes out, the G-Man guy leader, and starts talking about like, coming back to life and stuff. And you're like, what are you talking about? Obviously, I think they say he's talking about religion and like when you die, your soul is going to heaven and stuff. But them being to have no idea what that is, they're confused by it
Yeah.
in this little speech.
And this is also a part where they're kind of lamenting that they're gonna have to grow up and become G-men
Yeah,
because
and it, yeah,
they're gonna be split up into the different teams as they get
they
older,
want
but they don't
they don't
like
want to be
them,
split up.
and they're really
Yep.
just a bunch of bros. Like they like each other. They all kind of
And yep,
come from the same litter, if you will. Um,
bastard
and
saving strippers says Butcher to Frenchie. He's like, he told the bastard to get out of there because now he's quick trying to they're gonna try and save Huey because Huey's gonna be he's been outed, he's
yeah,
in
so
trouble.
the previous in conversation, Butcher had told Huey he was done at the bar. He's like, "We're pulling you." Um, that story, and Butcher had said something about like you can't something about like you can't say like a strip or something about strippers. What was that line?
Yeah.
Now it's driving me nuts. The
Oh,
basically the how guys they marry, you don't want to marry a stripper or whatever, like
don't try to save strippers. Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
And so when they find out that Huey's actually gone to the funeral, he wasn't supposed to. He's like, that stupid bastard's trying to save strippers. Um, and it's a really cool line. It played up well. It just
Yeah.
doesn't work in the in the recap because
Never
we
date a
didn't
stripper.
never date a stripper. That's right.
Yeah.
Um, and so he's on the move. They know they gotta act now, and we get some more conversation with whoever this guy is. That was is he a Vought guy or CIA guy? I can't keep track of them all. But
This
they're talking
guy
about
works for Vought, I believe, isn't he?
yeah, they don't really identify some of these people. Um, one of these one of these guys, I think this might be Edgar. I don't
I
know.
think it is.
Um, but he's like called Goldkin back. He agreed to take care of it. Just like that? Not quite. No. I thought the security breach of that magnitude would have spurred him to immediate action, but he was determined to be as infantile as possible. He even mentioned taking Campbell alive, seeing who'd be prepared to pay the most for him. So they're basically talking
Oh,
about
Huey,
about
the
Huey,
mole.
um, and this is the whole. I said that if he stopped playing games and got on with things, we'd reconsider Kincaid as a test subject for the resurrection process. Is this going where I think it's going? Yes. The very fact that he'd want that for her after Nubia is simply more evidence of his mounting instability. Kincaid's suicide and this infiltration and another pre-wiz. Any of these straws should be enough to snap the camel's spine like a twig. I get the idea. What about Campbell? Aren't there likely to be consequences from that? Done. Sorry, none that should have affect us directly. The Seven can't be blamed for what the G-men choose to do. To return to the issue at hand, I truly believe the time has come to act. And so, anyways, we get to see the conspiracy going on, and it's going to play out. You'll see here, um, and we cover over to the.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. Mother's Milk had called Legend because he needs access to get into Vought. So he's basically like, okay, here's the password.
Right.
Try
One of the things
this.
that Butcher said earlier when he said he's going to save the stripper, like he calls mother and says, "Get the password from Legend." So he works Legend. Legend's like, "What the fuck?" And he finally he's like, "Okay, fine," and he gets a password for him. So he sneaks into Vought. We come back to the mansion, and the G Wiz are leaving, and Huey's just like, "Man, I didn't think that that they're complaining that like the funeral went on forever, blah blah blah." They take a detour, and the jig is up. They go off into the woods, and they're just being like, you know, off,
They're a bunch of kids, at
for
first, like,
fuck's
they're all
sake, we
kind of
trusted
family.
you, dude. We thought you were
Yep.
our friend, but Mr. Golkin
No,
found out who you were. Now we're gonna fucking do what we gotta do. That's all.
he
Randall,
goes to punch him.
don't fucking call me Randall, dude. It's Buzzcut. Ow. We're fucking G Wiz, okay? And he's not smart enough to put two and two together that he just punched Huey in the face and maybe broke his hand. He's like, fuck. But it's like, uh, yeah, it's kind of funny because we as a reader know that, the shit that these boys take is not to be trifled with. And it's like, they're like, we're gonna take you down, dude. And then Huey's just basically responding, he's like, Jesus Christ, will you fucking listen to yourselves? That's no you talking. That's Goldolkin. You're you're no the G-men. You're just a bunch of fucking kids. And he's trying to reason with them. And that lot in there, you're no like them. You're all head the balls. They fucking hate each other. And you can't stand them either. You had to get high to deal with the bloody memorial. I mean, look at you. You don't even wear your winking fucking outfits unless you have to. You changed the minute you knew we were gonna leave. I mean, are you really sure you even want to be soups at all? Because honestly, fellas, you don't have to. I don't know what's been said or what's been done to you, but you don't have to do any of this. Okay, let's cut the horse shit. Kill him. Like, beat him? Use your fucking powers. And
Yeah,
the
Toad.
shit gets on. And so they
Yep.
they they go at him full like no holds barred, man. It's time. And then
Yep. Here comes
this scene here. Whoops, dang it, I hit the wrong button. Uh, no. Stop,
right
computer.
there.
No, I don't want double page. There we go. And he's like, use your powers. And I like when it comes to this scene, he's like, fellas, I'm so fucking sorry. Well, maybe you shouldn't have tried to fuck us, asshole. And he was like, that's no what I mean, Randall. What do you mean? Flip the page. Here's the boys. It's like, oh no, that's not what I mean at all.
And
And
yeah, she just kills them. Yeah.
she
The
just
head's ripped
slaughters
off.
them all. uh, and then she throws one of the heads at the guy running away, smashes
Kills him.
him. Um, and
But for the guy with the telepath, though, apparently he left off a telepath imprint to the actual G-men. They
yeah,
kind
we
of
get a
take
scene here where
control
he's
of that.
like, "That's odd. Hmm, what's that kid in the G Wiz called? That sort of semi-telepath? Ah, Pinwheel, I think. Ah, I just picked up a transmission from him. He got off straight away. I think I think he's gone into a coma. Huh? Where are the G Wiz?" So the jig is up. This is the mounting tension. We see Godolkin is kind of there in earshot. And so the boys, they've just took care of business. They had to save Huey, but they left one guy alive. And now he's getting interrogated.
If you don't
And
talk, Huey's gonna cut your tongue out. Oh.
and Butcher's even pulling out the knife. Um, I'm not sure if that was actually happen or if that's a bluff, but um, this is where like it all kind of comes to a head. We get a lot of the explanation, um, and about how Kincaid wasn't an orphan and that she was taken, and everything that you suspected. What you said earlier is right, and they're talking to this kid, and he basically confirms it all that they were all taken. And this kind of gets really tragic, I thought, because you realize that these kids, it's not like their fault. They were taken as kids and then brought up this way. Um, this is the end of that issue. We're in the final issue now. Did you have anything you wanted to cover before we move on?
Let's keep going.
Okay. So we get this letter here about Godolkin, and this basically just kind of explains how Godolkin got in the hero business, that I had mentioned earlier in the stream. And we cut over to this scene here where they're reading some minutes from Mr. Edgar and Mr. Wayne. And
It's a
again,
1989
and this is
story.
1989, so this is before the 9/11 stuff. Some of the previous stories, right? We saw the destruction of the bridge. The Boys takes place in the 2000s. Wait, no, it doesn't. Or it does.
No,
Yes, The Boys
2007 is
takes
when the
place in the
boys take.
2000s. This is a flashback. That's how we know.
So this the guy's reading a document. No, he's reading a document. Yeah, it's a flashback, but the guy's reading a document. File takes
Thank you.
place in
That's what I was meaning
1989.
to say. He's reading
Yeah,
a file that's from previous what's going on. Um, yeah, there's some of the teams,
G
G
style,
Brits
G
and G
style.
Style.
Yeah, that's what
Um,
because you're.
and
Yep,
so I don't know all these characters. There's Mr. Neiman, Mr. Wayne, Mr. Edgar, and so
like we know who Edgar is.
I know who Edgar is in the show, but it's
Same person.
confusing. It's confusing in the comics, and sometimes it's because my brain crosses paths too. Um, but Goldkin is clearly being reevaluated by the powers that be. And so the kid doesn't want to give up the information. Of course, he's afraid, but he eventually does. And he explains all the tragedy of being kidnapped. But it's worse than that.
They've all been
Um,
kidnapped.
they've all been kidnapped. But he talks about how, like, they were given all these toys and given all the things they wanted. And they lived in a mansion and all this stuff. And he was given brothers, right? That was the thing. He's like,
And
I
then
made all these new friends and done it. And then we were given powers. And
and then
then they talk about here where like the toys like so Goldkin kidnaps these kids, turns them into these supers, then like gives them all sorts of drugs and all these things.
all the weed and
Um
stuff.
yeah, and
Nudie eggs stuff, yeah. Well,
so they grow up without any morale. I mean, imagine a bunch of boys
no
as
adult and no
those of
adult supervision.
those of you who are boys that grow up without any sort of like morality, and you just grow up
No
well,
parents,
not just
yeah.
with no morality, but grow up with all of this. Like you would have no moral compass, and that's exactly what Huey kind of detected about these guys is they're not exactly like good people, but they're like kids who just never got
They're
to grow
youth.
up right. Yeah.
Yep.
And you can see the disgustingness of Goldikin who corrupted them essentially. The reason they grew up the way they are is is it's just sickening.
So
And
Nubia was killed because she wanted to defect.
um
That's what I got from this. Silver
yeah, I'm
was
not
meant to kill her.
sure. But this hit me like a freight train that I was just like,
Yeah.
man, because the way the Boys TV show is that supers are the way they are because they're just
Evil
they're
people.
super celebrity, they're narcissistic, and power corrupts, and that's a theme of the show. But in the
These kids are
comics,
groomed.
these yeah, they're groomed exactly. You hit the nail on the head. Groomed. It's the danger that the evils that we made, not you and I, but society, not just society, but like evil men made these guys the way they are. And they're still not fully formed because they're still kids. They haven't, and it's just like, damn,
Yeah,
this
here's what happens early on when you first go in there. Kid's in bed. He looks up. What's going on? And it goes back to the boys. He's telling, and then you see, there you go.
Goldikin.
He was molested. Every single one of them was molested by this guy
Every single one.
from little on. And he's just like, he says like, I'm screwed either way. And just when Huey's like, I'm not gonna kill this guy, and everything's going on. See, there's innocence, but he's like, Butcher's like, no, they're soups,
No, I don't think that.
or,
I
or
don't
no,
think the
yeah, he
butcher's
turns around.
saying no, because the kid's like, fuck if they do, they get fucking taken care of. It's like basically, if you try to resist, you go anything against it, like
You're
you
gone.
die.
You're
Yeah, you're taken
explained.
care of. And then Huey's like, man, they're just wee innocent kids, and he turns them into
Soups
soups, says
for
Butcher.
Vaught.
And he's look at the kid just like on his knees, like just distraught. And then the next scene,
And then there you go.
silence
When-
is golden, and just teleports and punches him through. Oh, and you just knew this was going to happen when you're reading the story. You're like, there's no way this kid can go on living.
Oh, you're dead.
And Huey's taken away. He's like, oh shit, and Butcher's, you fucking cunt. And he just teleports away before even the female can get him. And he's like, what the fuck was? And
I
then they
look down
turn
there.
and they look and they see all of the G teams. Like there's just dozens of them. And the boys are just staring. This is a great scene to stare down. And we cut
Now,
over.
what happens next? So I think it's really cool too.
Yeah,
After
it
this,
is. We're getting to it. And it's just the army of them, right? And the leader, of
it's like a
course,
Marvel poster.
5-0 is like, there isn't one of us that said no. And this is like such.
Confirms
This is
they all.
This is
Yeah, they
victim
all.
mentality. This is Stockholm syndrome. This is
Yep.
so classic. Like these kids, they're mind warped. When you become like this, you start excusing this lifestyle because you don't know any difference. That's the evil of Goldikin, is that he's made these people that way, and they don't even have the ability to understand what they are. Like to them, that's normal. That's why molesters grow up children who are molested grow up very often to molest children of their own. And then those children
They have
grow up
no
and
idea
molest other children
they
because
have no idea what's sexually okay.
you're right, their brain is messed. And that's the evil of grooming. It's and this book hits on that in such an, I don't want to say a nice way. It's really ugly and disgusting, but it does it in such a like subtle way. It doesn't hit you over the head with it. You put these pieces together yourself, and it tells it in the framework of superheroes. And look at the horror on Huey's face. He's such a great representation of the audience. This is, I believe, what Garth Ennis wants the audience to be empathizing with Huey at this moment. And of course, the boys are more hardened. There isn't one of us who won't die for John Goldikin. And he's like, oh, well. And Huey's like, let's give them a fucking spanking. And look at Butcher's face. He's like, huh? Kind of wasn't
Now this
expecting
is good.
Huey.
Yeah. Huey's stepping up, and they're going. Are like, well. Mother Milk goes on too. He's like, okay, sure, let's go. And then like, Frenchie goes next, and Butcher's like, okay.
He
Tara's
tells
like,
Tara,
she's like,
stay. and they just all look at the boys. They just start marching towards this army of Supes, and you're just like, what the f? What's gonna happen? Holy shit! And then Butcher's just like, well, there's worse ways to go than slaughtering twats like these. And I was getting to this part. I was like, no way.
Yes.
How are these? I mean, the boys can handle themselves, but
At this
really?
point, you no, stop now. Don't go next. There's one thing we point out at the very beginning of this story. There's two guys moving crates. At this
What?
point,
We're getting
yeah.
there. Hold on. You're
Yeah, I don't.
you're teasing it. It's like, Jesus, let's fillet those assholes. Gonna.
Gonna.
They're fucking out of their minds. And then all of a sudden we see Divine. It's one of the few characters'
hell's
names I
over
can
there?
remember. He's
Yeah.
like, what's going on, huh? And he
The
sees the
black-
helicopters
The Huey,
coming
yeah,
in.
the Black Hueys. Yeah, coming in.
And they're like, what's going on, huh? And they land in the middle between the
I was
two.
like, hey,
And then we see the recognizable face of
The
the
G-Man
Vought
thing,
guy. He's like waves,
they're
and
sitting on our
then
side.
Goldikin's like, it's okay, because he knows, right?
Now, does he know? Okay, I wasn't sure if he knew or not.
Well, no, because Goldikin's like, Goldikin knows
Was
that
it-
guy. They're
I didn't read the letter, so yeah, so he did know.
yeah. Well, they were talking on the phone. Also, they had a phone conversation. And remember, he's like, you're not supposed to, like, you're not raising more kids, are you? That was him talking. That was this guy in the helicopter talking to Goldikin,
Yeah.
trying to keep him on a leash. And Goldikin can't resist. He keeps kidnapping more kids. And then the guys, this stormtroopers, step out of the helicopters and just fuck, and just annihilate the G-men. Now, one big difference between the Supes in the comic books versus the TV show is the TV show makes all the Supes to be like nigh invulnerable. In the comics, they're not. A lot of them are just normal people. Only people like Maeve and Homelander and maybe a couple others have like that super invulnerability. But most of them are just like you'd expect an X-Men to be like, oh, I can shoot laser beams out of my face, but I bleed just like anyone else. And they get torn to pieces. And even the boys like, oh my God, what the?
Keep going, like
And
stingers.
and then like, so the Flyers are trying to get away. It's like stingers. And then fuck, no. And then boom, shot out of the sky. And that's now when the flamethrower parts come in. And to finish it. It's just, no, man. And like, it's gruesome and it's horrible, but it's all to serve the impact of the story. And we get we get the, I'm just gonna call this guy the blonde guy. The blonde guy. And
he works for Vought.
Yeah, but there's a lot of Vought guys.
No, this guy works for Vought. The other guy was yeah.
But isn't the silver-haired guy also Vought? There's more than one Vought person.
I think I think they're both Vought.
Right. So I'm gonna call this guy blonde guy.
I think the other guy was Edgar.
So the blonde guy, he's coming out, comes up, walks up to the boys who are just kind of sitting there stunned, and he looks at Butcher. He says, "Just so you know, we can clean up our own shit." And then he walks away, gets in a helicopter, flies off, and Butcher can only say, "Fuck me." The end.
Now, there was one thing, and they were talking to the two old guys, the Vought guys, in one of the previous issues, in this one, in this whole story arc, were mentioning how they got to clean up this mess because Herogasm's coming up soon.
Yeah, they had mentioned Herogasm, which is the next volume. We'll actually be covering that next week. So I'm assuming it's going to get more debauched than what we've been reading. So this was a longer story. Took us a little bit to get through. What'd you think?
I thought it was done well at a medium pace and had a great climax.
Yeah, great climax.
It showed you that not only can they do crass humor, they can also do a sentimental side too.
Yeah, man, this one hit me like just in the gut. Like, I just feel so bad because these kids are victims. Previously, we've been introduced to the heroes, and they're just a bunch of scumbags. And it's like, okay, but these are kids that not only are they kids, number one, but they didn't have any choice. They were taken away from their families. Then they were brought up under this scumbag who molested them. And then fed them drugs and porn and all this stuff and just completely blew their mind. Like it's so horrific to think of. The Goldikin character is so vile. And it made me empathize with these soups. And Huey is such a great vessel, in my opinion, for the audience to like how you perceive what's happening. And I felt so bad. And I'm glad though, like well, I guess the boys did kill the G Wiz. Hmm.
Well, yeah, those, yeah.
The female ripped all their heads off.
Only because they're getting ready to kill Huey.
Right. Yeah, they did what they had to do, but
So if anything, that's on Huey's fault, though. That's on Huey's conscience, because Huey was told to leave, but he wouldn't leave. So therefore, it's not Frenchie, and it's not the female's problem. It's Huey's problem. Huey's the one that was told to go away, but he didn't want to listen. Just like typical, we all think we know what's best for ourselves, but so we don't listen to advice. But yeah, this book is surprising me more and more because when I first going into it, I was thinking like, I've heard so many people say like Garth Ennis is anti-capes, so it's he's just gonna be like, you're just not gonna be anybody likable in here. It's all crass and stuff, and it's not the case. The boys are the heroes, just like they are on the show.
kind of anti-heroes.
Yep, they're Red Hoods.
They're not really heroes. But what I like in the comic version is that now, especially, is I have a reason. I understand. Like the soups are like, in a way, they're victims, right?
Yep.
It doesn't mean that they should be allowed. I don't condone the behavior, but at the same time, and now I kind of understand it, and it's really like a reflection on the breakdown of society.
So
But
my question is: were majority of them orphans? Were actually weren't orphans? It was only for the G stuff, or were there other here, but like the teenage kicks, were they like also kidnapped?
I
And
think the VOT teams were similar, except that the VOT did it a little bit more straightforward, where they like basically
yeah,
paid off the parents for their kids.
yeah, that's what I
Kind of
was
like
thinking. Like
the TV show. This
so yeah, where
Goldikin
this
guy, he was like off the books, and he was just
he was
abducting kids.
yeah, Michael Jackson.
I don't think Michael Jackson abducted kids, but
He didn't have to. He had the Neverland Ranch. Uh,
anyways, I just I
I,
don't know. There's so much that these stories have to say, in my
best
opinion.
part of the whole entire story is the cat getting what he deserves.
No, that's the best part of the story. Then I don't know, man. I love books. I love stories that can make me feel something. And this book has so many different layers to it. It doesn't just make me feel something. It also entertains me with comedy. There's like funny bits, like the dog part you mentioned. There's also mystery. There's good like what's going on with Silver Kincaid. Garth Ennis is telling you this sort of mystery. There's character development, interpersonal relationships between like Huey and Starlight, and then we're getting to see Frenchie and the female develop. We're getting some backstory of MM, and it makes you care about these characters and want to know more. There's so many layers to this book. It's not a one trick pony by any stretch of the imagination. This the boys continues to knock my socks off. It's not the kind of book that I necessarily want. I don't appreciate I don't really want a bunch of sex and, you know, all
Uh,
like the lewdness that goes on in the book. Like none of that like appeals to me, but the book
I
itself
just
appeals to me because hold on, because those things are used for reason. It's not gratuitous. They're actually there. That serves a purpose, like to get into the lives of these characters and to help you understand what's really going on. Garth uses that. He's not just there to shock and awe you and be like, "Oh, isn't that gross?" Like, and for that reason, I can stomach it because it's purposeful. Go ahead.
I was gonna say you made me read two books tonight. As far as one with a dog getting attacked, and this one where the dog's attacking a cat. So it's basically balanced it out. If you're a dog lover, you got a dog got abused in the book. If I'm a cat lover, the cat got abused in this book. A lot of animal abuse.
Ronnie
But,
says V is a cat hater. Boo. You're not a cat hater, are you?
no, I'm a dog hater.
Yeah, you don't like dogs.
Well, take it back. Certain dogs I don't like. Ankle biters, kick them in the road.
No one likes an ankle
Uh,
biter.
they're. If you get a dog, getting a lab or getting a husky,
I don't
or
have a thing
a retriever.
against. I don't have a thing against tiny dogs. And as I get older, I
I,
foresee
I, I
myself in the
do.
future having a small dog just because they're
The
more
toy dogs.
manageable. I don't. What I
Oof.
don't like is the tiny dogs that are like the little yippers, like the dogs with attitude. Like it's like, dude, I don't have time for you. But if it's a nice, well behaved, you know, um, I don't have a problem with little dogs.
It's funny though. I ask people what their thoughts, and Ronnie always says, like, "He's a cat hater." I'm like, ask him about the book. That's-
So speaking of thoughts, let's see if there's some comments here. I noticed like Ronnie said that the G-Men making more money than the Seven makes sense given the comic book parallels, namely the X-Men, Justice League. Yeah, absolutely. There is plenty of like subtext about the popularity of the X-Men, um, and so forth. Also, how things went out of control with all the multiple teams and so forth. If you are a comics book fan, you can definitely tell like Garth is giving you like little reference there, which I found appreciative as an old school X-Men fan.
yeah, I never really read a lot of the X-Men, but it wasn't my thing. But I love when you can actually do a book that kind of like it didn't really make fun of the X-Men, but it also was like you could tell that he likes the X-Men. I don't think that Garth Ennis is anti X-Men unless he's verbally said it. But you always hear that he's anti Cape. I mean, like I've heard Mark Millar's anti Cape too. It's but I love the fact that there's so many nods here. That the Easter eggs, Simpsons.
Mark Millar is definitely not anti-Cape. His favorite uh, hero is Superman.
Uh,
Garth Ennis definitely has that reputation, but I think a lot of it has more to do with the comics themselves, not
he's more
necessarily.
he's more of a the way I look at Garth Ennis, he's more of a dark humor guy, and you can't really do that really in Cape books, you know. So I could see him. He did in Punisher. He had some humor in there too. But as far as like superpower people, like capes like that, this is as close as he's gonna get to that. You're gonna get to him writing Justice League ever. Like this is
Yeah.
like if the Justice League were like filthy, disgusting. They're the problem.
Well,
And I
from what
love it.
what I understand is the Boys originally was a
Yeah,
pitch for the Justice League,
yeah, yep.
or at least the world of DC, and at the Seven were supposed to be the Justice League, and
Yep.
that would have been interesting, but I think DC was smart not to do that.
Imagine if Superman was just like Homelander, like just do that whole thing with that, and do you have a guy trying to kill Superman? But he,
Dominic says, I do
uh,
acknowledge it's more than it appears from its characters to plot. However, I only read it once years ago and didn't go back to it since due to Ennis's contempt towards capes. Well, I wouldn't let that dissuade you. I mean, if you don't like the book itself, then of course don't continue to read it. But you know, uh, Garth has his own personal opinions and feelings based on his life experiences. But if he can write a good book, he can write a good book. If you don't like the book, then of course judge it on its own merits to you. But don't be like, oh well, he has opinions about superheroes that I don't share. Therefore, I don't want to read
Alan
anything
Moore,
he does. That's kind of a weird, uh,
yeah, it's
you
like
know,
saying like Alan Moore is crazy, so I won't read his books.
it's more like you're probably never going to read a Garth Ennis soup book because he doesn't really like superhero comics. So he doesn't really write them. But that doesn't mean he can't do a good Hellblazer, right? He definitely
Hmm.
likes comics. but he writes like military comics. You know, that's like
Yeah,
his big thing. And
yeah, he likes read Sarah. Go read
oh,
that.
Sarah's fantastic. Oh my
Gareth
gosh.
Ennis, Jennifer Blood, and then you even got Stephen Grant, the original Punisher writer, did volume 2, I believe, either volume 1 or volume 2. But yeah, of Jennifer Blood, and it was Jennifer Blood. I always said was basically like the female Punisher, but a little bit more crass, kind of like the boys.
Dominic also says, interestingly, the episode "I'm Your Pusher" from The Boys Diabolical, which is the animated series, is set in the continuity of the comic book. Simon Pegg voiced Huey in the animated series. I don't know if
Hmm,
I saw that episode. I watched like half of the animated series.
never watched it.
Ooh, it's a rough one, man. That it's hit or miss. There was some interesting stuff in it, but there was some stuff that I was like, "Whoa, that's degenerate." Like you're just like you
Well,
went way far.
it's different with the anime. Doing an animation cartoon that it is kind of with the comic book. The comic book you can kind of like you just go there, but it seems more realistic when you're watching, like with Invincible.
No, the animated show, it's not about the realism. It's about the subject matter. Like there's one episode where one girl, she's got superpowers and she basically like plots to murder her family, and she gets together with a bunch of other soups. They're basically at that orphanage that's in the TV, because the animated series is actually based on the TV show, not the comics. But the one that Dominic's mentioning, they did do an episode called "I'm Your Pusher," which is based off the comics. So
Yeah,
that was interesting from that aspect of the fact that, but the rest of the animated stuff follows the show continuity. And you remember that orphanage where like that a lot of the soups like kind of came from? It was like Red Hill or Red something. I can't remember from the show. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
not really. It's been a while since
But
that might have been
so
season
they
1 or
go to
season
that
2.
basically these kids that are there, and it's kind of like an asylum. Like these kids are like,
Oh, okay, that was season 2.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. And so they go into that story, and there's this girl, and her parents basically, because the whole premise in the show, like the kids are sold off to Vought, they're given money, and
well,
but
yeah.
so she like
Head,
has this bitterness to her parents, and she's like left at this orphanage, and she has meets these other kids, and they're all like rejects and defects, and they're not like their superpowers are all weird because and they weren't really used to be
that
soups.
actually was yeah, that was season 3 though. Head pushers, head poppers from
So
there.
so she gets together with them and then plots, and the whole episode is about how they get together and they all help each other murder each other's parents.
Because their
It's
parents
it's
gave them up.
utterly disgusting. Yeah, I mean, what the parents did is wrong. 100% understand. But to write a story where the kids just plot, not just think to murder their parents, they actually go and they execute it, and they do it in the most disgusting ways. It's like the show is like violence porn. There's no redeeming like value to it. It's everything kind of what I'm talking about is the opposite of like what Garth does here in the books. Garth
Yeah,
uses
yeah.
the violence and the sex debauchery and stuff to an effect to kind of show you, hey, this is wrong. This is needs to be cleaned up.
So
This is what
I wonder.
the boys are
So
here
I want.
trying to be a counter to this, whereas the cartoon embraced it. It was like, "Oh, yeah, look at like, we should just kill our parent." I was like, "Oh, this is
I
messed
kind of
up."
wonder. Who wrote that episode? I have to look on Wikipedia or NBC who wrote that episode
I don't
for
know.
that.
I don't
I'd be
know.
curious to see if they actually are a comic book writer or if they're just a person who just a random person.
Do
But
not know. Ronnie says the plot with the G-Men founder is creepy, but also relates in a weird way to the de-aging of certain characters these days in comics. See Tim Drake. I'm sure I understand that reference. Um,
no,
Flubber out of my butthole says hi. That's an interesting name. Hello, Flubber. Um, Ronnie says, I haven't read the book since issue 18 for series, but it was compelling. All right.
are you trying to say that Bendis and Taylor are pedophiles?
That's why they won the.
Maybe.
Man, I don't know. You know, whoever decided to make Tim gay. I mean, I don't know I don't know. Remember who it was? But I thought it was in like Urban Batman, wasn't it? Batman Urban Legends. I can't remember.
I don't even remember. It was disgusting.
I don't
Um,
read Tim Drake. Dick
and
Grayson all the
Jimmy
way.
joined the channel. I forgot to say hi to Jimmy. Sorry, Jimmy, if you're still here. Hello,
Jimmy Vlogs.
Jimmy vlogs. What do you do, Jimmy? I vlog.
So the way Tim is drawn these days, he looks very super young. In other words, saying that they made him look younger because they like young boys. Oof.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's it's called NAMBLA for a reason. North American
Oh,
Man Boy Love Association. It's not Love Association. It's Man Boy Love. And
it's called
they
MAP.
are grooming your kids. And now
They're
my show
called
just got
MAPs. And
demonetized.
I hate. I'll just say this: if you call a pedophile a MAP, don't talk to me. They're a pedophile. Don't sugarcoat it by calling them a minor attracted person. Gross.
Oh, well, they know what they are. That's why they want to change the
Yeah.
language.
Yeah. Exactly. I
They
know.
know what they are. They get offended if you call them a pedophile, and it's like, well, why are you being offended? It's because pedophile has a
Pedophile.
connotation now that is bad, which is so they want to cleanse it. They want to be like, well, we want to be that thing, but we don't want the label that everyone knows is bad, so we will give it a new, fresh label. It's kind of like Nazis. They want to be everything that the Nazis were, but they don't want to call themselves that because everyone recognizes it. So they want to call it something fresh and be like, hey, see, we do
We're
all the same
we're
things, but now it's good because we're not called Nazis anymore.
we're freedom fighters, social justice warriors. See?
Social justice warriors. And eventually, that's why woke. I think woke is like the greatest term because it started off trying to be something positive, but everyone
Yeah.
immediately recognized how bad it was. But we just kept using it to refer to bad, and so now when you use woke, woke is always a pejorative. Like it always means something
Bad.
negative, right? And so they hate that because it's like, damn it. It's like no, because it's not the word. The label just identifies the thing you're attaching to. So if woke was attached to something good, then it would be a good word. Like we would be, but it's it's like why bad words, like cuss words, all of them are bad because they're all attached to filth. No one says like flower as a cuss word, right? It's all the cuss words. I'm not going to go through here, but they're never anything not filthy.
Yeah, I know. Just taking the piss.
Taking the piss. Um, all right. Well, hopefully you guys read The Boys and are enjoying it along with us. I'm absolutely enjoying going through this series, this book. This is aside for some of the grossness, it does actually gross me out. It's one of my favorite books.
This was
Um,
probably one of the more gross issues. Like it's bad enough with the guy jizzing under his door, but it's like this is like no, we're gonna make it more. We're gonna bring fecal matter into it. I was like, oh no. Ugh.
yeah, that's one of those things that you're like Garth is just like, come on, buddy. It's like,
It just threw me off. There's like all these sex dolls, blow ups of dolls in there, but then they're like jerking each other off. I was like, are they gay or are they straight? What's going on here? Like it just didn't make sense. But now when you find out why, oh, they're sexually abused, and they were just basically groomed to like whatever they want to like. So
all right.
that's why. Yeah,
As we wrap this episode down, we just do our final little traditional thing that RDV started, so he can't blame me.
I didn't start. I did the top five. You do the top bottom five. The bottom
You
five.
came up with it. I'm giving you credit, all the credit you deserve, because I believe in giving credit.
Actually, what I came up with was a better idea.
What's your idea?
We well, another. Remember, we're gonna talk about doing Sour Capes again, but where we suggest
That
that.
was now you're stealing my credit. I
I,
proposed that to you the
no,
other day.
yeah, I told you that. As I
So
just said.
how are you going to
I
say
said
what
your
I came up with is better when it's something I
no,
proposed
no,
to you?
no, no, no. I was just saying your idea was better as far as
Okay.
that. With the sour capes thing,
Well,
I said I
this is
came
the
up.
time that we get to plug the Geeky Puppet Show on
Yes.
Tuesday nights.
Hold
Uh,
on, I gotta look at my phone. Somebody doesn't want to switch over from the comic book.
on Tuesday nights, RDV does a show called Geeky Puppet Show. Or actually, you do top 5. You sell it. It's your show.
On every Tuesday night on the Geeky Puppet Show, me and Zach, who I don't think he'll be here tomorrow, but maybe Skip will follow it. Pop in. Who knows? But I talk about the best books of the week. I take 5 books that are from my pull list, which I think will be the best. But on this channel, we talk about the 5 books that will be the worst of the week.
We don't want
And
to be redundant. If you want to see those the 5 best of the week, go to Geeky Puppet Show. But this is
tomorrow
kind of a
night,
way to just talk about other books that aren't good enough to make that show. Books that maybe avoid. Now,
ooh,
these are
it
just
is. It is.
guesses because we haven't read these books, so it's just our speculation. But do you have
Well,
anything that stands out?
well, there's 2 that offend me right now.
Will offend you?
Well, those will be the number 1, number 2. So going for number 5, and that's my number 5 is gonna be man, Captain America, Symbol of Truth. Doesn't offend me as much. I can get away from that book, you know. But I mean, it is just dumb. Is he Falcon or is he Captain America? Choose. You can't have the wings of Falcon.
I've been assured that he is Captain America.
We're not sure because there's
no,
another Captain America book out right now.
They're
And it has
they're
Bucky.
both Captain America.
Steve. Yeah.
Silly.
This book just looks worse and worse every time I read the synopsis. You know, Sam Wilson covers a plot that poses an imminent threat to both United States and Wakanda, but Wakanda doesn't want to play ball with Captain America. You mean Steve Rogers or Sam? I guess you mean Sam. I wonder why. Faced with an impossible decision, Sam tries to do his best for both countries. Are you American or Wakandian? Ugh. But with his gamble, will pay off, or it cost him dearly. What interest to the exclusive White Wolf and his ally Crossbones? Wait, so is he going against 2 white guys as the villains?
Sounds like it.
I mean, that was Black Panther all the time, wasn't it? Black Panther was always going against a white villain. Kind of weird. Like I said, it's just cringe to have 2 Captain Americas. It's like I hate having 2 Spider-Men at the same time.
It was one thing back in the past when they put both
He was
Bucky.
aged
They
out.
put
Yeah,
both
Steve
Bucky and no, when they put both Bucky had a turn and Sam Wilson had a turn because Steve Rogers was gone. Now that Steve Rogers is running around as Captain America, anyone else, despite what your skin color is, running around also calling themselves Captain America is dumb. You aren't.
And it's true. See, you're talking about is when Cap was shot and killed at the end of Civil War.
Mhm.
Bucky took up the mantle as Captain America. But then Steve was brought back. But then, you know, Steve he had his super soldier serum stolen from his body. So he aged, he became head of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sam became Captain America. But then blah blah blah, with whatever crap, Secret Empire and all blah blah. Eventually, you know, there's a point where Steve's back to being his normal self. He's back to being Captain America. But wait, why is Sam still Captain America? Is Sam basically saying like, "Oh, you old white man trying to steal my mantle"? It's not your mantle, bro. You're Falcon.
Well, especially since Captain's running around as Captain America, or Steve Rogers, and then so why all of a sudden, because he wasn't Captain America, Steve Rogers, and all of a sudden he's like, I'm just going to start being Captain America again. You were Captain America, then you stopped because Steve came back, and now you decided, nah, to me, this is just, I know what this is. This is just the MCU tie-in. I can't totally fault
Well,
them for that. They want the comics to look. We
yeah.
complained for a long time. The MCU should reflect. The comics should reflect the MCU somewhat, so that if you see something in the movies, like you go buy the comic, like it used to be with Iron Man. Oh, Iron Man's cool. It's like such a great movie. I'm gonna go to the comic book store. Who's this Riri Williams girl? Why is she Iron? This doesn't make any sense. You don't want that. You want to pick up the comic and it looks similar to what So I kind of get that, but it's just I don't know. I you know me, I hate legacy characters
Yeah.
anyway.
X Judgment Day #3 would be my number 4.
Judgment Day #3.
You were just on it.
Yeah,
Yep.
I have a mental block. I can't see it. It's probably staring me in the face.
It's right there. You're about to add it to your pull list before, and then you move your thing.
Oh, I was
Yeah,
never
right
gonna
there.
add this to my pull list.
You were hovering over the add to pull list.
Oh, do not say so. Everything I've seen about this book
Hey, the
scares
cover is
me.
great, but it's Kieran Gillen, and it's just the point where, are we done with the events yet? I mean, I'm just done with this. Is this X-Men versus Avengers versus Eternals?
Mhm.
Why? Just make it into a video game. Let Capcom do it.
Because
They're
Marvel is the house of no ideas. I mean, but come
Oh
on,
my
you
gosh.
want this cover.
Hydra Cap? They literally looks like he is a Nazi.
Oh, he is a Nazi.
I know, right? Hail
It
Hydra.
just so cringe.
Yep.
I am living in a different time. All right, what's your next one?
My next one, man. Ones that would offend me, damage control.
Damage
Number
Control.
1. I
Hans
don't know who Hans
Radionov.
Romov.
I have no
I
idea
don't
who
know
that
who it
is.
is, but I'm looking at it. I'm like, why? Whoa, wow. It's Quicksilver. Look at Quicksilver's on there. You remember that Quicksilver's there. And then we have some little kid down there. Is that supposed to be Amadeus Cho with a yogurt?
I have no idea.
I imagine it's Amadeus Cho with his Groger, or is it supposed to be Franklin Richards? I think it listed that. Does it list the people? Quicksilver, Nightcrawler, She-Hulk. Oh, they actually have the right Wolverine listed there too. That's cool.
Is it this guy, Bart Rosum?
Maybe.
I don't
It's
know.
weird.
I don't
It's
know what this book's gonna be. I don't
was yeah.
immediately oppose the concept of damage control. When this was done back, wasn't it done like in the 90s? They did damage control. It was like a comedy book. It was basically like this is a comedy comic book about the guys that
Yep.
had to clean up after the superheroes when the superheroes would go around destroying the cities and all this stuff. And then there'd be that team that was like, well, who fixes everything? Like, oh, it's damage control. And they did this comedy thing. But after watching Miss Marvel, they turned damage control into this like CIA type of covert ops agency that like hunts heroes. And I'm like, this isn't what damage. So I don't know what they're doing with damage control these days.
It's just from the creator of the TV's The Goldbergs, which is on the CW.
I've never
Marvel's
watched the
Unsung
Goldbergs.
Heroes. It's another attempt at the cash grab out the 80s. Damage control is much more than just glorified cleanup crew. This all-new series will put the back the curtain and reveal the secret inner workings that were previously only available to people with clearance. I don't give a shit about that. Get to a point. We'll witness it all through the eyes of Gus, a fresh-faced, eager newcomer to the company who has no idea how chaotic his life is about to come. Adam F. Goldberg, TV's The Goldberg, and Hans Rodnoff team up with Will Robinson to take you Danger. I guess it's Will Robinson, but I'm thinking Danger Will Robinson. It's just I don't know. Damage Control was always but they're the villains, weren't they? They're the cleanup crew.
Oh, they were never villains in the old days. They were, like I said, it was
They
a
didn't.
comedy book about like basically like a construction type company that their whole thing was they picked up after the superheroes,
Yeah, but it
when
didn't.
fights would lay out, destroy parts of New York or whatever. So it's like damage control was called in to like fix everything up, and it was like a comedy. It was just meant to be tongue in cheek and silly and goofy and lighthearted. But
We just saw
now this
Was
seems
Miss Marvel.
more
Yeah,
like the MCU damage control, which is all about like keeping here like more like the boys, like they keep the heroes in check. Like, look, they're standing in a
yeah,
lineup, right? This
yep.
is the usual suspects type thing here. Six people in a lineup, and they're all like I don't know. It seems different. I don't know anything about this. They got a legacy number though, legacy
I saw
15.
it too. Yeah,
It's just stupid Marvel.
$5 for a new idea. Oh wait, it's an old idea. All right.
Dominic says Dwayne McDuffie worked on the first run of Damage Control between the 80s and 90s. Ronnie says, no. Sorry, Marani. I don't know what you're talking about there. Oh, you're talking about Riri. Riri did not appear in the books until 2016. The three Iron Man movies were out from 28 to 2013. Yes, Riri happened when they focused on making Tony huge in the MCU. Fair enough. My point is Tony was always the biggest. Like, you watch Avengers movie, it's an Iron Man. You watch Captain America, Civil War, Iron Man's part of it. Like Iron Man is all over the place. People loved him. You go to the comic store, you get Riri Williams. Um, Dominic says not all legacy characters are terrible. Nonetheless, I understand why you feel that way. That is true. Not all legacy characters are terrible, but all legacy characters that take up the name of an existing character while they still exist, aka Wolverine, Hawkeye, Jane Foster, Thor, Riri Williams. Well, technically, I guess he was dead, so I won't say that. You know, they're all over the place. They're all terrible. There's not a single one that's not terrible, in my opinion. If you think differently, you're still a good person. Goldberg's is an ABC show. Didn't know about that.
All the repeats have been on CW, or the channel that CW.
Might be in
So.
syndication. I don't know.
Let's see here. Number 3. Man, well, it's Justice League. That's Bendis, doesn't it? Right?
Bendis is gone.
Who's that?
Oh, maybe he's
I
not
told you.
gone. Never mind. He's still here. Damn
I
it!
told you.
Damn it!
Is this when you thought you were safe?
Justice League versus the Legion of Superheroes.
I don't know if that'd be my bottom 5 though. I mean,
It's like this is
it's in the
like
it's in the bottom 10.
this is in the no one cares category. It's not enough to be like upset. It's just roll your eyes and move on. That's how I take it, at
Uh,
least.
uh, let's see here. The obvious would be throw Miles Morales Spider-Man in there, which I think is dumb, but trying to find other books that could be in there too. Uh DC Mac, I'll throw that in there. Screw it. Or actually, no, hold on. Shang-Chi and the Ten Rings. Because they gotta make something based off the movie.
Hmm. Again, I gotta kind of come to defense in this one.
I haven't read it, so
I
I'm
don't
just
think it's necessarily wrong to
Wait, do you
have
say necessarily
books.
long?
I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with trying to be more in line with the movies. Oops.
What are you doing here?
No.
Yeah. Throw it back.
Um, I don't think there's.
I'm just saying I don't see Shang-Chi being very popular as far as comic books. There's a reason why the book was canceled. The
that
original
is
book.
understandable. I think Shang-Chi
Yeah.
should be mothballed forever.
Yeah.
But Gene Luen Yang, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that properly. He's actually done some cool stuff. I really actually liked his new Superman book that he did in Rebirth, that Chinese Superman.
Yeah.
Um,
Man.
and I don't. Again, I'm the guy who doesn't like legacy characters, but there was actually an interesting story the way that they did this here. They made like a Chinese super team. I think that this guy is a competent writer. He knows how to write fun comic books. He's not out of this world, but comic books don't always need to be. They just need to be fun. So that's why I'm actually semi curious about this book because they put a decent writer on it.
Look at the rings, though.
The rings are stupid, but that's the way MCU went. And honestly, I don't have a problem. Like, I actually, the only reason I think that they're stupid is because that's not the way the Mandarin's is. I don't mind that he's got these rings. I just didn't like how they tied it into the Mandarin. But be that as it may,
I mean, just let
Shang-Chi
Sonic come
doesn't
in and steal the rings.
Shang-Chi doesn't work for me because he's just a dude who knows kung fu. It's basically saying if Bruce Lee were alive, he could be a Marvel hero. That's basically what Shang-Chi was, Bruce Lee.
Oh, so basically,
You can't
he's
run
just
around with the Avengers if you're just Bruce Lee. Like that does.
he's the Asian version of Iron Fist
No, Iron Fist is Asian
with,
now.
with, without the cloak. No, he's not.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
Marvel doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, yeah. They replaced Iron Fist with an Asian guy.
Yeah, I don't care. Iron Fist is still dead, man.
Not anymore.
It's-
Not anymore. But I mean, you're obviously. I'm not going to say your opinion's wrong. I haven't read this book. This is your pick for Stay Away.
All right, so number 2. Man, let's just go with Batman Fortress because, whew,
Yeah, that seems like a really, really good pick.
I mean a very bad pick. And look who's on it, Derek Robertson of all people, and I hate it. Our boy is artist.
Yep. Well, I mean, I don't particularly think Derek Robertson's the greatest artist.
I think he's a good artist, but I'm just saying it's just that book.
I definitely don't
It's
like The
been-
Boys because of the art. Like that's not why I care about it.
This book, I mean, if you're gonna write a book where Batman says, "Well, I'm not gonna save, do anything because the corporations make money off anyway, so let the building burn or whatever," like then you might as well make Batman put him into The Boys. Bring Garth Ennis. Let's make The Boys version with the Justice League.
Yeah. I have no words for this book. It's terrible.
It's
It's
also
utterly.
Batman versus. It's also Batman going against an invasion. World of alien invasion by himself with a few people. Because the Justice League was busy. Don't worry, Mister Small. Mom and pop shops. Just get your burnings bill down. That's why you have insurance. Doesn't work that way. Number 1.
Hold on, before you go to
Worst
number
book-
1, hold on. Marania says I'm super salty about the damage Bendis did to Legion of Superheroes. She also says Legion of Superheroes is a really good book, and the last good run you can recall was Mark Waid prototype ignited version. Bendis did damage to that franchise, and it gets swept under the rug because not Superman. I don't think so. I think pretty much all the Legion fans are really pissed off at how shitty he's been doing with the Legion. The original Mandarin's rings were from space dragons, including Fin Fang Foom. So that part of the MCU reimagining the rings tracks.
I don't know, but I'm just saying how stupid they are. How they're like over his arm. I like the rings on your hands. I want the man rings.
Well,
That's what I
what the issue that I'm having is the MCU. I don't mind it because we never got introduced to the Mandarin rings. In the comic books, we know what the rings are like because we've seen the Mandarin and he wears all the 10 rings.
Yep.
And they're on his fingers. But in the MCU, that doesn't exist. So you're going to reimagine it. Fine. Do it. Fine. Just like Miss Marvel. They actually made Miss Marvel's powers better in the MCU than the stupid comics. So I'm fine with that. It's kind of weird that they're bracelets. They should be the 10 bracelets, but
Remember?
whatever they
Yeah.
are.
Remember
They are
the joke?
literally rings. They give
My
Shang-Chi actually superpowers, which is what's needed for him to be a superhero. That all works, but in the comic books, if you're going to do it, I need some sort of explanation because I just saw a cover. I think it was one of the most recent Iron Mans, or it's a future Iron Man somewhere, that it's showing Tony wearing all 10 of the rings, but they're the Mandarin rings. So I'm like, are these different rings that Shang-Chi has? Are we going to get some explanation? I don't know. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say like the reason I don't like them, yeah, because they remind me of the bracelets. My older sister, she's 11 years older than I am. What did she have? Those brightly colored different bracelets you put on your arm, hang over the wrist stuff. But my number one though book is obvious. We're gonna have to go back up.
I know which one it is.
Do you?
Maybe I don't.
You want to bet?
It's one of it's on the far right of the screen. I don't know if it's the top one or the bottom one.
Well, right
Um,
now,
yeah, that would
yes.
be that's what I
That'd
think
be
it
your
is.
guess.
My
One of
guess
those
is
two.
so it's either Human Target or it's Young Justice Targets. It's
I,
Target.
I, I,
It's got Target in the name.
and I would say you are wrong on both.
Oh no. Okay, what's worse?
He's a hubcap stealing masked menace, and he's always defacing skyscrapers. He is that wall crawling, horrible menace. Not him. No,
Oh,
no,
sorry.
no. Miles is fine. We all know what he is. It's the guy riding the Goblin Glider
Amazing Spider-Man is your number one?
as being the worst book.
I thought Zeb Wells was doing an okay job. People promised me he was.
Did they also give you drugs too and porn?
I don't know. I don't read Spider-Man. I just listen to the fans.
did Mr. G?
They all
Are you
told me
not?
Zeb Wells is. Oh, it's great. Finally, Zeb Wells is doing the book. Oh,
It is. I'm sorry. This book where he gets Goblin glider technology from Norman because Norman's trying to help him, give him technology. Spider-Man would never have that crap. Sorry. And if he wanted to design his own stuff, which he has done at Horizon Labs before he got his body stolen by frickin' Doc Ock, he built his own tech and he realized all of it is useless. He built his own, like, basically like his own Iron Spider armor, like kind of like Iron Man. He could deal with all the different villains, and they realized it was all a waste of time. You know, it was bulky, not needed. So they even have a glider. It's just freaking idiot. It's one of the reasons he didn't like the Spider-Man armor he used to have. With that was created by Tony. That's the red and gold one. It had jet power and jet boots, just like like Iron Man
Iron
does.
Spider.
Yeah, the Iron Spider basic costume. It was a crutch. He didn't want to use it anymore. So the fact that he would do this just shows that you don't know jack about Spider-Man if you're writing this. Sorry, Zeb Wells does not know Spider-Man.
Yeah, it seems
Worst
kind
book
of.
of the week. It's also personal for me too because I just hate what Marvel's done to my boy.
I don't care so much about the glider as much as I'm like, why would Spider-Man be having the equivalent of pumpkin bombs?
That too.
That's not a hero weapon. Bombs pretty much only used to like hurt people. This is why I don't like characters like with flame powers. I know Human Torch, like whatever, but like how can you like help people when the only thing you do is like destructive? Um, so I don't know. Yeah, Spider-Man. I don't necessarily mind that he borrows a glider or something to use, but because I do think it's actually I could actually see a storyline where he does that because he's going into an area where there's no buildings, right? Because Spider-Man can only really web swing in New York because
Now
there's
here's
skyscrapers all over the place. But if
now,
you went to like some like out of town, like the suburbs, Spider-Man would be like on his
Now
feet.
here's my reason why he would never use anything that's close to Goblin technology. Green Goblin killed the love of his life, Gwen Stacy. He hates him, not work with him. If anything, he wants to kill Osborn, but he doesn't do because he doesn't want to become a villain. So to accept any help from him goes against everything that Stanley and everyone after wrote Stanley going into the 80s wrote Spider-Man as. Even Straczynski had him hating Norman Osborn. It wasn't until Dan Slott they decided, you know what? Let's change that.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
understandable.
Imagine the guy who killed your future fiance or whatever or your loved one, and then working with him.
I you know, I
Every time you see him, this is the guy that like brutally murdered your wife.
yeah, but look, I understand where you're coming from. I'm playing devil's advocate here.
I know, I know.
If
I'm just saying, it's like I
if
couldn't. There's
you
no way
if
I
you
could do it.
truly believe that Norman Osborn was not in his right mind and he was under effect of the serum that made him insane or whatever, and if he truly repented and tried to reform, I could see it. I do believe in the virtue of forgiveness. I believe it's the most difficult thing to do, and I believe it's one of the most heroic things to do. So a character like Spider-Man, being a true hero that he is, I could see him trying to forgive Norman under the right circumstances. I don't know how the story is being executed. Just like I said, I'm just playing devil's advocate.
I'm just saying he'd
But
want Norman in jail at least for the rest of his life sentence. Ron in jail,
oh,
not out,
maybe,
and he wouldn't want to use anything that's associated with his technology and stuff like that.
maybe, but that's my opinion on that. Like I said, I haven't read it. I don't know how it's being executed. I think it's all what really matters is how it's being done. So you didn't pick two of the books. Well,
Well,
I don't
Human
know.
Target is Tom King. I don't care about that. That's me where like skips like yes, F Tom King or Tom Peasant. Sorry,
Now
I
here's the
misspoke.
reason why I need to pick Human Target though, because it's not like Bendis with the Superman and whatever the Legion of Superheroes, or it's Justice League, or any Bendis book. I just don't care. Like Bendis, like whatever. Tom King actually seeks out and destroys characters. He what he's done in the past with character assassination of Wally West, um, what's his name?
Barry Allen,
No, Strange. Adam
Doctor Strange.
Strange.
Oh, Adam
All I could
Strange.
think of was Doctor Strange. I was like, I know Strange is his name. I was like, Strange. No, it's not Doctor Adam Strange.
Leah Strange. Huh?
What he did with Mr. Terrific, um, he doesn't just like Bendis.
Mr. Miracle.
Mr. Bendis like messes up characters, but that's because he like doesn't understand continuity and he does dumb decisions like I'm gonna age up Jonathan Kent, but it's all in a very like
Oh, he
non
ignores continuity. He doesn't care.
right,
That's
but
what he
it's
did
all in
with
a very
Avengers.
non-malicious way. It's all in a very like bull in a china shop.
He's
Like
not. He's
I'm
not.
gonna
He's
move the
not.
Fortress of Solitude to the Bermuda Triangle because I think that's cool, and everyone goes, "No, that's stupid." But he's not. But Tom King, he doesn't do that. He goes, "Oh, you like Wally West? I'm gonna make him a murderer that frames his friends. Oh, I'm gonna make Adam Strange a guy that committed genocide and covered it up. Like he just does vile things to characters that are heroes that are like I just and Mr. Terrific. What was the thing that he did with Mr. Terrific where it was like he wished he never had kids and he like resents his own children or something. I was like, this is disgusting. They're supposed to be heroes. He
What do
doesn't.
you mean gay?
He he doesn't have like it. I think Tom King actively despises virtue. I think that we look at like we were talking about Garth Ennis right about he doesn't like capes or whatever. I think Garth Ennis just doesn't like the genre of
I think
superhero comics.
I
I
think I
don't
think it's overhyped, and he better just do other stuff, and he works well because he works well with that niche.
right,
Because anybody
but
can have like do capes.
I don't think that he hates capes. I just think that he finds
No,
it as like a silly genre that's like not for him. But I don't sense any motive where he's like, oh, I want to get my hands on Superman so I could destroy. Like, I think if Garth Ennis wrote a Superman story, he would try his best to write it authentic. He wouldn't like it because that's not what he would want to write, but he wouldn't feel like, oh, I'm going to write it the way I would want. But Tom King's not that way. Tom King's like, I don't like
yeah.
this and I want to actively change it.
I was gonna say not Tom King. Freaking Garth Ennis. He wrote Hellblazer. He wrote Punisher. He writes those characters that basically considered uh not morally, people. Like obviously John Constantine uses people. He's always not a good guy. Punisher goes around killing people, even though the Captain America thinks he's trash, and tries to stop him. It's like he doesn't write the moral compass. So Garth Ennis writing Superman, he'd be writing the if he wrote a Superman book, he'd be writing Earth 3 with
No,
Ultraman.
I see. I
Yep.
disagree. We don't know because he's never done it. But my suspicion
If
is
he's
that if he did
if
it,
he's yeah.
he would do it correct. He hasn't done it because he has no desire to write those type of stories, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's
It's like
fine.
it's
Tom
like if he
King,
changes style, yeah, the match. But Tom King,
Tom
yeah, Tom
King
King.
actively seeks out these stories and then changes them fundamentally. Marania says, with Mr. Terrific, King had him be glad that his pregnant wife died in the crash because he didn't want to be saddled with a kid. Thank you for correcting me, Marania. My memory was shady. Yes, and the way that it was portrayed in the book, I was like, this is disgusting. Again, is it realistic that someone could think that way? Are there human beings on the planet? Absolutely. But not DC heroes. Stop doing that.
Tom
And he takes
Tom
pride
King's
in it.
yeah. I guarantee Tom King or Tom Taylor would be probably Tom King. If he could, he'd be writing about abortions for heroes.
So here,
Great it is.
I don't know what he's going to do to this character, but I'm sure he's going to completely poison this character so that we don't ever look at him the same way again. And everyone's
Cool
going to
cover
cheer
though.
him on they're his fans because I think his fans have a deep-seated
Hate.
revulsion towards virtue as well. And so Tom King gives them what they want and they just love seeing virtue destroyed. Like they're just like, "Oh
Well, yeah.
yeah,
If you're an immoral person who hates the idea that Christianity or anything like that, or not even just Christianity, but it's just being morally concept, they prefer to be chaos. They don't like they don't want don't like the way we do things. They're anti capitalism. They're anti all this stuff. They want a basic excuse to tell me like, you know what, I can do what I want. There's no consequences. They hate being basically telling me, you know what, there's consequence for your actions, and they're like, well, no, there's not, because I do this and this. Yeah, they just want confirmation that
well,
they
since
that
I'm not going to
they're
be on your show tomorrow, we'll end this here with my
too.
little. I got 2 books that I'm picking up.
I gotta ask you
Batman
though, did you read the first issue?
of White Knight. Yeah,
Yeah.
I did a video on
What
it.
what? Oh, you didn't? Okay, I'll
Yeah,
have to go watch that.
I'll send you a link to my channel. It's-
I can never find it.
so, yeah, I liked it. I don't want to say too much because I did a video, but I liked it, but not perfectly. There were things I had issues with, but overall, positive review.
The best part is him stealing food from the drive-through window with a grappling gun. I'm sorry, I can't say it straight face.
The best part is
uh,
Robin running around at 10 speed. So weird. So weird. I think I'm
we're
not
all
getting
Robin.
this book because
What?
it's my own personal issues with DC Comics, but I'm borrowing to read it, but the Detective Comics is legit. So this is absolutely a recommend from Ash.
You gotta
Um,
get it for that Simon Spurrier backup. story.
No. Um,
Look at Carnage. I'm getting that next. Ram V, and then Swamp Thing is on issue 16. I finished Paradies and all else of that. I'm thinking like, man, I gotta start another Ram V book. Like if I start doing Swamp Thing, I'm gonna be broke again.
well,
A lot of
Swamp Thing's
issues.
coming to an end, so
I know.
Gun Honey's coming out. New Gun Honey,
isn't it?
so I'm not sure. I didn't pick up the first series, although I did get a chance to read it. It's solid. I think some people are gonna love it. It's I prefer more the miniseries. I'd rather sometimes just doing trades.
In
But I think
Scorch,
that's
number 9.
definitely a positive book to recommend. No.
Man,
What else?
man, the Defenders, if they only drew Cheetah like they used to draw her back in the early 2000s, when Avengers Academy, when she actually looked hot. Now she just looks like, ugh, generic. Hey, Shaolin Cowboy. Yeah, that's Shanghai Nights, right?
No. But it is Jeff Darrow, and
Wilson.
his art is so good. So good. I wish he would have collaborated with Frank Miller again. But yeah. Someone else who was in the chat that said that Frank Miller died off with Sin City is like, no, dude, he did
How's he a black hat?
Big Guy and Rusty the Boy Robot with Jeff Darrow. That was also a good book.
Big Guy and Rusty.
Big Guy and Big Guy and Rusty the Boy Robot.
Yeah, well, the show was called Big Guy and Rusty.
There was a show?
Yeah, cartoon show.
What?
Saturday
No.
mornings. I used to watch in the 90s.
Search this thing.
Type in cartoon.
Holy
Yeah,
cow! Are you what? What?
There you go. Big Guy and Rusty. That was awesome.
So here's the comic.
The
I
cartoon was
I
great.
have this. This is great.
It
And they
was
did
a
a
little annoying though.
Well, you only saw the TV series. There's
That's
no
how
way
much-
the TV series was like the comic. They must have done some changes.
26
but
episodes, bro.
But they kept. I mean, it looks.
A guy in a suit.
I need to check this out, man.
Yeah, like I don't know about the comic book, but the TV series it was a guy in a suit, but the Rusty the robot never knew that. It was actually a guy inside the suit. He thought it was another robot. That was a secret. But
Wow. Well, I need to find this. So yeah, you need to if you can tell me where I can watch this.
right there. You can watch it. Is it episode
I
1?
guess on YouTube. Really? Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Wow. I never knew that came out as a TV show.
I think we had this conversation 3 years ago.
No. I'm betting you never knew that was Frank Miller.
Oh, I knew there was a Frank Miller book based off it because you remember we talked about this before.
I must have
It's just
lost
that
my
it's been a while.
mind.
Well, that was a long time ago. 2020 happened. We lost everything.
I'm not seeing. There's a new Snyder book on Comixology. I haven't read it though. It looks like a western called Canary with Dan Panosian. So I'll probably check that out if you have Comixology. That's a book you can only get there.
Action Comics, you finally get to see Steel again after all these years, and he looks like what's his name? John Cheadle on the cover. That's in the very top. But
Action Comics.
yeah, right there. It's supposed to be Steel. They're on War World. Yep.
What? Continued in Superman Warworld Apocalypse #1. Why don't you just continue it in Action Comics 1047? You piece of shit company DC. Oh, it's because you want to sell a number one.
Now look, let's say Werewolf is fast approaching, and the Authority. That was Tom Taylor's crap book, the Authority, Superman and the Authority, where they basically took like
Tom Taylor. I
most of
thought
the
Grant Morrison did that.
was it the Kingdom Come version and Authority. He had no, it was a new book out of Future State. It's just Future State, so it continued.
Yeah, I thought Grant
He's been
Morrison did that.
I don't know who did. All I know is that I don't know who wrote it. But I'm just saying it was dumb, and he's been stuck on the War World ever since Future State. Maybe it was Morrison. I don't know.
Yeah, Grant Morrison, Michael Janin, or
Yeah.
Michael Yannon, I think is how you pronounce it.
But Superman doesn't have any powers anymore. Hardly any powers, so he has to get a bunch of villains to be the new Justice League because the Justice League's dead. So my question, Action Comics has nothing to do with what's going on in current comic books. It's just its own little Elseworld story again.
No, Superman and the Authority is separate from the Action Comics.
Well, no, go back to Action Comics. So he talks about Superman and the Authority. Yeah. So, yeah. And the Authority is finally united.
Yeah, but I don't think
No
it's
longer.
part of that story.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I just got to the point where I just stopped following this. I'd rather go read Superman by Gerard Way, Roger Stern.
Oh, I get you. I'm not trying to promote this
Jan
book at
Jurgens.
all.
Yeah, I know.
I Philip Kennedy Johnson's take on Superman, like
How young
sending
is
him off
Steel in
to
this?
war. I just don't understand. It just drives me bananas. You have a comic book. It's called Action Comics. It's
Yep.
a Superman. It's Superman Action
Not the
Comics. You have a
miniseries. Just
story.
yeah.
You're going to continue the story in Superman War World Apocalypse number 1. Why do you need to make a new comic to continue it in the next issue?
They
This is
said
what's
post crisis.
wrong with comics.
Yeah, post crisis. You didn't have that. It'd be continued right into it. Now they
Now it
built an
would
omnibus
it
called
would be
Superman Exile, which was a huge giant story arc with
it would
little
be
mini stories
different
in it.
if this was a giant
Yeah,
event, right?
it's not.
I still don't fully like it, but I would understand if the story needed to continue because it wasn't Superman.
Yeah.
Like this
You
was
see
a
the
story
backstory?
about other characters too, and so like it's going to continue. Fine, but a Superman book doesn't
Yeah.
need to continue in a new Superman book. It's
But
its
look,
own.
yeah. So I'm gonna. So look up there in the upper right corner where the guy's up above Steel's head on the right side. That's the Superman from the Authority. Look at his chest, the symbol. That's not the normal Superman. Superman's is on the left. So I'm confused. So there's two Supermans on this planet. There's the Elseworlds, and also how can this be Superman? Because Superman is dealing with Dark Crisis. He was killed or thrown in his own little world.
I have no idea. I no answers for you.
Like I said, if you're gonna read Superman, I would recommend don't read anything today. Go back and read from 86 on, going up to 2001. Read the post crisis before everything was changed.
All right, kids. Well, we've had this go on for a long time. Was not the intention, but I'm glad that anyone is still here. To heal him, good to see you still. It's probably daylight over where he's at.
Those who stay the longest get a merit badge.
You get a merit badge. Um,
I survived the stream.
let's see. Tom King's fans love seeing strong masculine men be destroyed one from another. Yeah, toxic masculinity. Yeah, Tom. um, Members of the Authority have been in the PKJ Superman. I'm still not convinced it's the same story that Morrison did, but I guess it could be tied in. Um, Dealum says he needs to read his Man of Steel hardcover runs. Well, it looks like you and he are similar that way.
Post Crisis, that's a John Byrne, Man of Steel.
You got the hardcover Man of Steels too, right?
Yep.
All
The
right,
Steel
kids.
covers.
Don't get the Bendis Man of Steel. Only get John Byrne Man of Steel.
Oh, why you got triggered with that? He's pregnant, and it shows Deadpool. Look it up. YouTube, I hate it.
Pregnant Deadpool. Yeah. Let's go. Just that's why I only get indies. I don't have to be disappointed anymore.
Actually, to be fair, the first pregnant man was Venom. That's how we got Carnage.
Venom's not a man, or the symbiote is not a man.
It's a female.
No, it's an alien
It's
species
gender
that.
fluid.
No, it's like it replicates through like cell division. It's not mammalian. It doesn't have.
So why does it when it speaks to Eddie, it has a male voice?
I think that's the voice that it speaks through Eddie. I don't know what it actually sounds like. I've never heard a comic.
You've never heard a comic?
No, they're just paper. They don't make sounds.
They talked.
Well, they may
Just like money talks.
They may talk in your head,
Comics talk.
but yeah, no, the symbiotes are just.
Oh yeah, I am Robin.
What is the name of that? Where species that they basically, I forget what the term is called. It's like cell division,
Maybe
like they split and they
Parasite?
form two things.
Amoeba?
Yeah, amoebas do this. But there's a term for like the reproduction.
Stosius? I don't know.
Yeah, like amoeba don't have genders. There's no.
Psychosis? I don't know.
Anyways, it's
cellular division.
that's how the symbiotes do. They reproduce through whatever that term is called. Teelam says, I already know a spoiler in it already. Not impressed with it. Didn't like the first issue of this run. Don't like what they did with the last one. And asexual is correct.
Mitochondria?
But not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the term for what type of reproduction that is. And
cellular division. I don't know.
But whatever that is, someone can look it up on Google. My brain is addled. So, yeah. But anyways, the moral of the story is buy independent books, and you don't have to worry about being screwed over.
I'd be like Ash. Read furry books. Samurai Doggy and Good Boy.
And don't forget Usagi Yojimbo.
Yes.
That was last week.
Yes.
Yeah, Soggy. That's a great book. So good.
Soggy.
And next week, I got nothing on my pull list. Yay! 5-week month. And then the following week, look at that. Erratic's coming out. It's going to be a big week.
Prodigy number 3. Wow, they skipped.
No,
wait, yeah. I did read that number 2. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And then on September 14th is Batman Day, so you can go get some free Batman comics. They're going to have a reprint of Hush number 1 and then Batman's Mystery Case book. So if your comic book store is cool, they'll have them and they're free. And then the next issue of Samurai Doggy will be out, Firepower, and the final issue of Righteous Thirst for Vengeance. This is going to be a good week. And then on the 21st, there's a new Donny Cates independent book with Ryan Stegman, because apparently Marvel can't afford to pay him anymore, so they're going to branch out, go independent. This looks like a cool book.
I thought that Ryan Stegman was a villain of Spider-Man.
No, Ryan Stegman was the artist on Venom.
It's a joke because there's a villain. He's basically like a Stegosaurus.
Oh. Yeah.
And then we get a better book. we get White Knight, Beyond the White Knight, number 5. And then DC Horror presents Sergeant Rock versus the Army of the Dead, written by Bruce Campbell.
Yeah, I'm very curious about how that's going to turn out.
I hope it's more than 2 issues.
All right, and then 8 Billion Genies, which I think is going to be my choice for my next book for you to read.
All right, Legion of Superheroes by Bendis for you. I'm just kidding.
It has to be. Well, it doesn't have to be, but it should be a book that you like.
I do like that book. It's by Bendis.
I did a review of 8 Billion Genies. It's a fun book. Uh, I was impressed. I very much had fun with the book. Tehillim
like-
says The Mighty by Tomasi. He'll be getting that too. Yeah, this is a trade paperback. I never knew this existed. And apparently it's a creator-owned work. It was originally published at DC back in like 2010. But now that he's gone from DC, he's got the rights. He's publishing it, the collected works through Image. So
If we start like doing a sort of case where I start choosing the bad books for you, books I hate the most for you to read, I'm pulling out Chelsea Kane. Chelsea Kane or Vita. Oof. Ooh, that's just join our reading group where we make each other read bad books and then review them. You can't just say it sucks. You gotta tell me why you don't like it.
yeah, so this is what my pull list looks like. Sneak peek. I'm enjoying everything that I'm pulling. So you can too if you were like Ash.
All this extra money because you haven't been buying comics in the past 4 months, 5 months.
Not as much comics, no. But like this is gonna kill me if I get this. This 7 to Eternity hardcover. That's $60.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
Uh,
You'll be going to eternity.
Tehillim's recommending that I buy the My Hero Academia Ultra Analysis book.
Is there probably on manga?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he enjoyed the Tomasi Bridge graphic novel. That's something I want to read. I don't want to just blind buy it though, because as much as I like Tomasi, I'm a little nervous about buying a book about a bridge. I'm sure that it's good, but it's it's still I don't have a lot of enthusiasm.
Sure, I can get Patine to help you out.
Oh. All right.
So,
Well,
but I'll just say this. You know what comes out this week too? Also,
huh.
Dynamite Lives the trade.
Oh,
So,
Dynamite lives. It
and
never
then next
dies.
week, the week after that is the Batman '89 hardcover.
I still haven't read this yet. I bought it, but I haven't read it yet. Did you get to read the Skybound X25?
Did not read it, but Zach said he read it and he liked it. So
I got to read it because all the stories look really cool to me, and I don't know why I didn't.
I've got tons of books coming out in the next couple weeks.
Well, you're gonna get to show them off tomorrow on your show. Everyone, be sure to.
September 7th, remember, A Town Called Terror number 6. So,
Right, we got to end this. Got to land this plane, Venkman.
I am not a pilot, sir.
Oh shit! Now what are we gonna do? I thought you were the pilot.
There's only one parachute. See you later.
All right, kids. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for making this last this long. Actually, we made it last this long. We're just here to torture you. If you're not here, then you're not hearing the goodbye. And I'll look forward to your show. I don't think I'll be able to make it for the stream though, but I'll have to watch it later.
Nothing's gonna stop us like Starship.
I think I'll listen. I'll probably be cooking dinner while you're doing it, so I'll listen to it while I'm cooking dinner.
All right.
See, that's what you guys should do. You can listen to Ash on Comics while you're doing chores. Keelan wants to work on the New Age of Heroes trades, getting them all. Very good.
Listen to Ash on Comics while you do chores. It's like doing extra chores. Who wants to do that?
That's terrible. I assure you,
Chaotic neutral.
I assure you, the non-stream content isn't this dull. It's only close. But Marani
It's
says,
even
take care.
worse.
We got to get out of here. This is why your shows don't ever end. Wait, that's my show
Oh.
that's never ends. It's the stuff that you're co-host on that never ends. That's what the deal is.
Well, what it is that you guys want to jump on my stream when I'm just by myself doing the books on Thursdays.
I just try to help you out when you're by yourself because I care about you.
Stop caring about me.
Someone's
Jeez.
got to.
I do it myself
You don't care about yourself.
with 2 hands. I'm good.
Yikes.
Good
All
night,
right.
kids.
Good night.